I said, "What's up, man?" And he says, "You know the way you dress, you're asking for it, right?" I love how much you love this story. I didn't think you were going to laugh this hard.
Oh my god, dude, what?
Sitting back with me today is Isac Kane Brown, aka Lance Corporal Isaac, and he is a comedian here in Austin, Texas that has performed on stages such as Creek in the Cave, Comedy Mothership, and Kill Tony. So I go up to the front door and I ring the doorbell.
No, dude, you should have just left.
You know what? It's okay. I'm alive. I'm here with you right now, safe, unscarred.
You're every white dude in a horror movie. Let's go check it out, man. And dude, when we were leaving, over the static on the radio, the scream persisted until we got like a mile away from the thing, and then it just stopped. And he looked at me and I looked at him, and he's like, "We will never talk about this again, and we're not going back out there for any reason." You would have no words in the human vocabulary to describe whatever just happened to you. And that's a hell almost worse than going to bed and being like, I'll never know what it is, and maybe I don't want to know the answer.
I loved how you smirked because he did the same thing. He's like, this idiot just asked me, "Are you doing drugs in the bathroom?"
No, I'm doing It's pure innocence.
All right, everyone. Welcome back to another episode on David's Saturday Night Sit Back. I'm really glad that you guys are here because this podcast features a lot of first-time guests that have never done a podcast before. So I'm building a collection of stories for you that you can't hear or find anywhere else that hopefully will light your internal fire or at minimum provide you some entertainment on a weekly basis every Saturday. Quick announcement before I talk about my guest here is we are doing our first live show here in Austin, Texas on Saturday, February 28th at the Austin Public Library. Doors open at 1 o'clock. The event will end at 3:30. More information to come about how to get your tickets, but if you are interested in joining us, block your calendars now. I might not sound that excited in the moment, but this is truly a dream come true for me, and so I would love to fill up the room. It fits about 80 people, so if anything, I think we're going to fill it over capacity, hopefully. But come join us. The guest is amazing. I've already spoken with him. His episode is not out yet, but he's just a good dude, and I know he's going to light a fire in your belly that day, so come join us. Sitting back with me today is Isac Kane Brown, aka Lance Corporal Isaac, and he is a comedian here in Austin, Texas that has performed on stages such as Creek in the Cave, Comedy Mothership, and Kill Tony. Before entering the world of comedy, Isac grew up in a dominantly black school system and being one of the only white boys on campus gained a unique perspective of culture and humanity. After completing his education, Isac joined the U.S. Marine Corps where his understanding of community and friendship continued to expand from the unique perspective of being in the military. When he's not working his comedy, Lance Corporal is one of the hosts of the underground podcast Sorry Time. If you ever need some raw entertainment to tickle your eardrums while you go about your day, I'd highly encourage you to look them up on Spotify. Isac is my first four-time offender here on David's Saturday Night Six Pack. I love having him on because he's one of the few people that I feel like I can let my guard down around completely and go into these conversations with almost no agenda set, with the goal that we can provide you with some stories, laughs, and motivation to add some kindle to your internal fire as you go through your week. Isac, thank you for being here, and welcome to your first solo episode on David's Saturday Night Sit Back.
Hey, thanks for having me.
That's a lot of talking.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Damn, you got that shit nailed down pat, though.
Hell yeah.
You didn't stutter or mess up one word the entire time. I wouldn't have been able to do that.
When you do something 133 times, you get pretty good at it.
Yeah, you're pretty solid at it. I would have fucked up after the second sentence. I can't.
Oh, that's crazy.
That's awesome, though.
To kick things off, I wanted to ask you what might seem like a flippant question, but I'm curious what you're like. Give me the most real, honest answer that you want to.
Okay.
How are you doing?
Decent, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think decent.
Okay, cool.
It's a weird place for me right now because I'm still depressed, but I'm logical enough to look around and go, shit's actually all right. So it's just me most of the time looking for things to be like, nah, see, I knew it was wrong. So I'm trying not to, what's the word, catastrophize.
Catastrophize.
Yeah, when my life's like stagnant and there's truly nothing really bad going on, I'll start being like, well, now the world ends. Like, I'm going to wake up tomorrow and they're going to drop nukes and Russia's going to war or something. Like, I look for reasons to upset myself. I've been actively trying not to do that. It's a bitch, though, dude. It's hard.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Did you see the movie, I think it was called Leave the World Behind with Julia Roberts? It's a Netflix one where basically her and her family, it kicks off where they rent a Airbnb, basically. They drive there.
Oh, I've heard about this.
Hour
No,
into
I
the
haven't
stay,
seen it.
the internet goes down. That movie stressed me out.
Yeah.
It's not a scary movie, but it made me realize we are so dependent on the internet.
Yeah,
and if
dude.
one of our enemies was like, let's just turn that off, it would be a cluster.
Yeah, you realize how much you suck when you start thinking about the internet not being there. I'm like, all right, yeah, I would just go hunt. I've never hunted a day in my life. My version of hunting is like scrolling through DoorDash and be like, I'm going to have them deliver this.
Yeah.
I am a gatherer at heart. Like, I'm not the hunting party. If shit went down, dude, I'm fucked. Like, I don't have... Everybody is, really.
If shit actually went down, I know exactly what I would do. I would drive to my buddy Tyler's place, and there is one guest who I'm not going to name because he's my secret.
Yeah.
But I'd go get my best friend, Tyler Hayes, and his girlfriend. And then one of my friends actually has built or owns a ranch, but they have built it to be entirely self-sustaining. So if they did need, like if the world did shut down, they could live on this thing.
Yeah, they got it.
And he's also ex-military, and he's a killer.
Yeah.
And so I just know, like,
So you got a good bet. Yeah.
that's where I'm going. And
Yeah.
I just hope he would still let me in.
That's a good plan. That's solid. My plan's just to live near a capital within the blast radius of a nuke. So if they drop them, it's not really my problem anymore.
You wouldn't want to try to live through a modern-day
No.
apocalypse? Why
You
not?
want to live through a nuclear fallout? No, it sucks. It's horrible. Eventually you can grow nothing and then you just slowly die. No, I'll party and then just hear the nuke alarms they play go off and be like, I'll just get drunk until it drops. I'm not going to feel a thing. You're going to get vaporized in 30 seconds.
I have considered just getting a gun with 2 bullets and a giant bottle of whiskey, storing that like in my behind my
kinda
AC
romantic,
units,
isn't it?
and
Yeah.
then me and Thad, we're just gonna hang out for as long as we can. And if we see the zombies head into our door,
Yeah.
I'm gonna get him out. I'm gonna get me out, and we're gonna find out the question of
Yeah.
what happens after you die.
It's kind of romantic in a fucked up way, isn't it? Like by candlelight, you just get to go hanging it up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna
The
let
world's
him. I'm not
crumbling.
gonna let him turn into a zombie or get
Yeah.
brutally murdered. I want it to be quick and painless. Like he's a sweetheart, you know.
Yeah, I was telling my girl about like apocalyptic plans and shit, and she's a type 1 diabetic, and I was like, off rip, I gotta kill you. You're not, you're not making it. I'm not raiding 9 hospitals like just to get insulin to keep you. It's a curtsy to her,
Why don't you guys get a little box now?
because she'll die without that insulin. She goes through an insulin bottle in like 3 days. That's how much it's doing every day to keep her alive. So you'd have to have an
So
insulin
she would
bottle.
need 1 in 3 days. So she goes.
Don't even do the
through
math. Just shoot
about
her in the back of the head.
120 a year. So, yeah.
That's carrying a, yeah, it's just I'd wait for her to go to sleep and I'd be like, shh. And just because I love her, that's why I'm doing it. And then I just probably, I don't know, go hang out and do something fun. Depends on, I guess, what kind of apocalypse. Nuking, that one's easy. You can just die.
What if zombies were real? How would you react to that? Like
Runners or
like World
walkers?
War Z zombies.
Oh, no. Fuck that. Cock it back and
All right, slow ones.
yeah. I'd hang around for that. Probably be pretty fun for a little bit. I would stay around until I started to notice it inconvenienced me more than I had fun. Like probably around week 2 when I realized I probably won't shower for 3 months. Or like how hard it's going to be to find food and how bad everything smells all the time. Like I truly think I'll just be like, it's just a lot to deal with. Just all the time. I got to get good at like fighting with swords or sticks or something because you're going to run out of bullets eventually.
This might sound shallow, but the gym for me is so many things.
Yeah.
It's a place to see friends. It's a place to feel better about myself. I'm not gonna lie. I like being a big dude. I like having a big chest and big arms. That's definitely a part of it.
Yeah, you're choosing survival. You're
But-
like, I'll fight my way. I can do it. No.
Well, that's not where I was going. I think part of the reason I would off myself is because if we couldn't go to the gym anymore, like that might sound like a very shallow thing to live for, but like I would not want to live in a world without gyms.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think your gym would be replaced with you fighting to death with other people for a can of beans.
Probably.
That's probably an insane pump. To just beat a man in Mortal Kombat for a can of baked beans.
Yeah, if you guys heard Isaac's episode, you know I have beat men and it was fun.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You're going to survive. You'll probably go crazy warlord or something in the back. Just get a little army, go Mad Max Fury Road. Dude, I don't have that drive in me. Like, I'm just...
What if what's the Middle Eastern religion that believes that after you die, you basically are born again, like literally, and you get to go through a second life?
Hinduism, I think?
Let's go with it. Apologies to whatever religion it is. What if you came back, and once you got to be like 5, 6, 7, 8, and so you have a basic understanding. You're like listening to the radio with your parents, and they're like, "Yeah, David Auclair, president of the world." You're like, "What?"
Yeah,
he became president of the world.
I know you snapped and went full evil.
The first world president is that guy.
Because, dude, people always love to talk about like how they're gonna be like a superhero or something. I was like, dude, if given like immeasurable power, you'd have to put me down. I'd go quick into full abuse of power.
Did you see the latest Superman?
Yeah, I actually enjoyed it, honestly.
You did?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I went into it not expecting anything, knowing they're going to do a completely different Superman story, like the director's version every time. And if you just kind of watch it, it's really not bad. I think the whole point of it was to humanize Superman more, which they kind of did it in a weird way, but I didn't mind it that much. I really didn't. I think it's a fun watch if you just truly don't give a fuck about accuracy or whatever the hell.
I'm not a big Superman fan, so I'd say I went into it similar as you.
Yeah.
I was just bored.
Yeah,
I thought it was a bad movie, and actually, I guess I did maybe have higher expectations than you because I really like the actor that played Superman, and I really like the actor that played Lex.
Yeah.
And I felt like Lex's character, when he was doing like the battleship fighting, where he was like A-14, B-77, I thought that was so stupid.
Yeah.
I was like, what are we doing here?
That's a little bit of a reach. Yeah, there wasn't anything in the writing I was invested in or anything.
I didn't think Superman and Lois had any chemistry.
No.
Like Neo and Trinity, we were talking about Keanu Reeves on the way here. Dude, when Trinity dies and he brings her back to life, like...
Yeah, you're invested in
that's
that.
Like a heart... Like, that's such a cool relationship, you know? This Superman and Lois, I was just like, I don't feel it at all. Do you guys even like each other?
No, I think no. She seemed like such a fucking bitch in that movie too.
Yeah.
Like I get where she's coming from. Like journalism was like her number one, but it was crazy to just like. It's crazy to have the most powerful alien, like quote unquote, in the world. He's Superman. Nice. He's Superman, and to still woman nag somebody that could like blow too hard and kill you. You just be like, you're always like this, Clark. You always get like this. I was like, I would not be raising my voice to that man at all. That's crazy. There's no way, like, if it's a fucked up thought, but like, he really can't be like, he can't hit her ever.
You know, they should do one more Superman movie and turn it into a comedy. And like one of the bits throughout the movie is he should accidentally kill like 10 people.
No, yeah.
Not at the same time, but to your point, like he sneezes and Lois just combusts. And he's like, not again. Yeah. Make it really bloody, really graphic. Like, did you see the movie where the couple gets married and then the husband's family is trying to hunt her down and kill her?
I don't think so.
If you want a movie with a good twist at the end, I'm gonna remember to send it to you. Do you watch many movies?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. I think I try to only tell people about movies that I think are like almost anyone would watch them. If I saw it and didn't like it, I would never bring it up. But this one is I feel like part of the reason I loved it so much is so many movies and TV shows fuck up at the very end, and this one ended perfect.
Oh, they wrapped it up nice?
Yes.
I appreciate that so much in things. I don't like it seems like most shows nowadays just run until the writer's room changes and all the original people that were writing the story are gone, and then they're just like, and now he does this. And I'm like,
Did you see The Pit?
no.
Do you like emergency room shows or like medical shows?
No, not too much, no.
That one might not be for you. That was another one where part of my favorite thing about it was they ended up perfectly, and I'm like, I pray to God, as much as I want more, don't make a season 2. Just
stop.
let it
up.
it be a good thing that millions of people got to enjoy. We all loved it. Just stop though.
Yeah.
Don't do anything else.
Hang it up.
Yeah.
It's like, don't remake The Lord of the Rings. Hang it up. It's been done. The movies are fine or whatever. That's probably not the best example, but yeah, just, I don't know. I just started watching movies. I used to not watch any of them.
What you been watching?
I mostly go down conspiracy rabbit holes for fun. Like, I don't really necessarily believe in conspiracy theories, but I find it very fun and almost meditative to just completely turn off logical thinking and just be like, you're right, the moon was made by aliens. And you just dive in. It's so much more fun, dude. Life's so much more magical, and like you can make reasons for why your life's shitty when you're just like, yeah, it's the Nephilim or the fucking Illuminati. They're the reason for my problems.
Did you hear about the disappearance of flight MH370, the one over the China Sea?
I think so. It sounds familiar.
You have any theories on that one?
It is fun. Like, just imagine this the Chinese government's weapon is pretty funny to me. Do imagine any country, because I know how militaries, like how most militaries look. Most militaries are made up of people that are like 18 to 20.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I don't know if you remember, Bob Lazar?
Mm-mm.
Bob Lazar is some dude. He's been on the Rogan podcast. He's like a big alien guy that said he worked for the government. They had a bunch of aliens. And he talks about an incident where he saw like an alien vessel on a military base that had been shot down. And I guess it started making me laugh because I know how that thing probably got shot down. Because most of the time on posts for anti-air, like the people on the guns and stuff, it's just an 18-year-old that's on a 24-hour watch, and he's probably being punished for it. It's like he fucked up and didn't clean his room good enough, so he's got to stand watch with the gun for fucking 24 hours. So in my head, the dude that shot down the quote-unquote alien vessel by this guy was just an 18-year-old railed off Red Bull who hasn't slept and saw it and just went, oh, shit. And to imagine the 18-year-old, like, coming to his superiors, like a 30-year-old dude, not that much older than him, and being like, I shot something down. And they're like, whoa, you shot down what? And he's like, I think it was an alien. And they're like, no. And just imagining the 18-year-old clipped a fucking alien that's supposed to be, I don't know, that shit makes me laugh. But I think the flight was the Chinese people just tested out a gun, and they're like, oh, we got you.
I honestly, too, do, man. I think that for some reason, someone shot it down, and it was very much a mistake. And instead of whatever government that did it admitted we fucked up and just killed 233 civilians, they were just like, that's just that the people decide what happened
all the time.
That's just that the documentaries get made and the stories get told, and we'll deploy a few search and rescue ships to make it seem like we're also worried, because they did to rehash the most ridiculous thing about the doc that I watched about it was between all the governments that searched for this airplane, I think they sent out somewhere north of 230 mix of planes and ships. And these 230 vehicles from different governments all found nothing. Yeah. And then this one modern-day Indiana Jones from America was like, I'm going to go look. Yeah. He flies to whatever country, and after spending 3.5 hours on a beach, finds a part of the ship. Yeah. I'm like, really? Our trained search and rescue operators couldn't find anything, and then John Smith from Seattle just happens upon... No.
Yeah, it's all just they shot it down. I know the governments do fuck shit like that all the time. I was laughing because speaking of the Chinese government, they have waters controlled by countries and whatnot. Well, there's one where like the Philippines and China intersect, and there's a lot of geopolitical stuff. I'm not too in on that, but I guess these these merchant ships, like these ships of like Filipino fishermen and shit, would accidentally cross over where the Chinese thing is. And the Chinese dudes are just like on border patrol on boats, just with these giant powered hose guns of water and just like nailing the fish the entire time. They don't stop until they leave. So they just come up and be like, ah, and just like bowl them over. It's so funny, dude. Yeah, shit like that happens all the time. It's dumb. Any conspiracy theory, I think, just goes back to the government abusing tax dollars and made up shit. I don't believe in aliens. I think that's just government stuff.
You don't?
No, I think it's fun to believe in aliens, but probably not. Because my thing is, some dude on the internet, it's not my original thought, is like, there's only like a couple reasons aliens anywhere close to us would travel here. And it's nothing good. Like, you're only coming out here for what? Resources, most likely, because we already know our planet's like rare in itself. And it's this and that. But maybe the other dimensional beings is a fun one. That's fun to go down. But I think everybody's dumb and we all try to be smart. And I'm like, nah, man, just admit that you don't know shit about fuck. And we're just trying stuff. That's all science is. You just, what if we take this and do this? And we're like, write that down. Write that down, yeah. If you shoot a really high-speed thing at something, it blows up. Good, nice.
Now we have bombs.
Yeah. Now we have guns. It's like, yeah.
What about what if there's other humans on other planets, but we all just don't know about each other yet because none of us have figured out how to successfully, get that far to another planet? You think that could be a thing?
That could be. I think it's other dimensions or timelines. I think that's the fun one to do.
Did you see Interstellar?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying this to be like, oh, I'm a manly man. It's just truth. TV doesn't make me emotional very often, but the scene when he was watching his kid's age, dude, I was bawling. That was that was so sad. Yeah, dude. Such a good movie, but that scene in particular, I was just like, that sucks so much.
This is so dumb. I was laughing. The scene is sad, but could you imagine going through, like, I'm the dude that goes through the black hole, and instead of like seeing my daughter and I'm trying to communicate with her, it's just like my wife cheating on me. I'm like, no! She just keeps hearing a bang, like, no, that's just the ghost. It's just getting cocked. You can do nothing about it. Why are you showing me this?
Why? I'm trying to save your life, and this is what I get.
Yeah. It's funny, like, if there is other people and they're like, let's say they are like us for the sake of argument, they're just exactly like us, that means statistically there is aliens that have come here to just be like, let's fuck with them. Like, we're not going to kill them or anything, but how about we like build a pyramid and don't explain what it is?
Yeah.
Just watch us be like, whoa. I think it's dumb. I think most of the shit's just interdimensional. Might be fun because that would explain like demons and the whole theory of that and stuff, but I don't know, man. It's a fun thought process, but they always get the people that like get into it the most or like the worst ones to represent it. Like, you've seen what's that TV show? Ancient Aliens?
Mm-mm.
Well, there's some dude on there that has like crazy hair. It's like receding and it's all puffed out and shit. And he just spouts like random crazy shit all the time. Makes me laugh. My parents legitimately watch that show at night to wind down, and they're not watching it for like the irony. Like, my dad is for sure like, yep, the Anunnaki made the pyramids. Like, yeah.
You mentioned demons. I'll tell you a quick story that it was just the weirdest thing. So we had an episode probably 6 weeks ago. He's a guy named Noah, and we started talking about his faith. He believes in God. He's a Christian.
Okay.
I don't. I told him I basically am. I'm at the point where I believe there is like something out there.
You're agnostic, right?
Well, I think agnostics, I have said that. I probably have said it to you. I think I'm changing my mind.
Okay.
I do believe there is some sort of God out there.
Yeah.
But it's not the God that I was raised to believe in.
Okay.
In the Christian church. So anyways, this accountant that I used to work with 9 years ago hits me up. And he's like, hey, I'm doing a job search. Could I call you and pick your brain for a little bit? And I said, sure. So I said I have 30 minutes exactly, and then I have to go, but we can have another call if we don't get enough done. He said, okay, great. Minute 29, we're wrapping up, and I was like, all right, man, was this call productive? Good use of your time? He says, yes. And I was like, all right, cool, have a good day. And he goes, wait. I have one more thing to tell you. And I was like, all right, what's up? And he says, I listened to your episode with Noah, and I think it's really sad that a big part of the reason you left the church was because you're gay. And I was talking with my wife about it, and I was like, how would we react if we were in church this Sunday and two guys came in holding hands? And we don't know how we'd react, but I just hope that you can find a place that loves you and accepts you.
Oh, that's so sweet.
And I was like, well, thank you, Kevin.
Yeah.
It was just the most unexpected comment, partly because I didn't know he listened to the podcast. I don't know who any of the listeners are.
Yeah.
But it caught me off guard, but it was just, I've had like 5 people make comments like that to me since I've seen you last. It's all been in like the last 45, 50 days where people are like, dude, I hope, like Tyler, my best friend a couple weeks ago, he was like, I hope you know God loves you.
Yeah.
I don't know if you believe in God or not, but he loves you exactly as you are, as a gay man, and he loves you. He thinks you're awesome.
Yeah.
It's like, thanks.
Well,
Tell me your thoughts. Howard, what's going through your head,
I'll
Isaac?
start off this being nice before I get into my opinions on it.
Yes.
But I think most, like, lack of a better word, evangelicalists, or like people that have found faith and want to spread it, they always preach God's loving all this, which he is, correct. And my point bringing that up is that's very sweet. I love those people. We should do that. But when it comes to churches and they're like, how would I feel if a gay person walked in? I want, just my personal opinion, I want whatever that I view to be that thing. I don't want like some hidden agenda to it and like you don't try to hide. So like if the church hates gays, hate gays. I want your face value to be what your face value is. Like I don't want any games playing with that. We all know what the church, Catholic Church, does and these church and organizations, abuse of power and everything. If you're going to hate gays, hate them. Just don't do anything that infringes on the rights. There's nothing wrong for like if 2 gay people walk into a church and be like, get out! It is technically a private business. They're allowed to do that. Like, and then vice versa, if I'm in a gay club and I come in with a Christ shirt, you guys should spit on the ground and be like, sinner! If you're not doing anything to hurt me, you're not taking any of my freedoms away, this is just a privately owned business and you're telling me to leave because you don't support it, that's completely fine to me. At least you are what you are face value. I want a racist to be racist. I want a nice person to be nice. I don't like the two-sided, like, oh, because I like David, even though I hate gays, I'm going to be nice to David. I don't hate gays, but if I hated gays, I would tell you, David, I hate gays. They have too much and it's not fair. You can't have all your dreams come true and be jacked. That's not, you got to be mad somewhere. It's like, so I always get mad at churches that hang up like the pride flag and this, and that. Because I'm like, we all know what you are. You can't just hang up the pride flag and be like, our church is different. No, you still represent the same thing. There's no argument I can make with you to be like, well, yeah, well, you know, the New Testament doesn't say anything about gay, but the Old Testament does say about gay. It's like, well, yeah, that's just lust, and religion hates lust in general. It hates you trying to go sleep with a bunch of women or a bunch of men. Doesn't matter. The root cause is wrong. But if you hate gays, hate gays. Like, I don't know, it makes me so mad, and I've never been able to rationalize why. But just be the thing that I know you are. Like, that's the most living in the truth you can be. It's like, if you're truly like full-on forced Christian or full-on forced Catholic, you hate gays, you believe in all this, and that, just do your baseline things. I know exactly what you are. You can't change to trick me into changing the fundamentals of your own belief. I can read it. I don't like that, the trickery with it. And also, it's funny because you get invited to that church and everybody's being nice, but even deep down, like, if you just walked up to that old guy a little too fast, you'd be like, no, please.
Did I tell you about the old guy? We'll come back to this, but did I tell you about the comment I had made by like a 70-year-old dude about my nipples recently?
First of all, fucking crazy. To start that off with that. When has a 70-year-old man ever seen your nipples?
Well, you've never worked out with me, but I have very immodest cutoff shirts, and I cut them off like right here, so you can
they
see
were
like
poking.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I get in the sauna, and as I'm changing, there's only one of this dude a 70-year-old dude in the locker room, and he was putting his clothes on and looked like he was getting ready to leave. And so I stripped down to my boxers, put my sandals on, go in the sauna. About 2 minutes later, he comes in right after me. And I'm like, he was just on his way out. That's strange. And I have my headphones in, and I see him talking. So I take my headphones out, and I said, sorry, man, I couldn't hear you. What's up? And he says, your nipples are hot. And I go, all right, thank you. I put my headphones back in. And he's continuing to talk. I'm like, fuck me. Take my headphones out again. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that my music was on. What's up? And he says, what would you do if while you were working out, I came up and grabbed him? And I said, dude, if I'm being honest, I don't know, but I guarantee you would not like my reaction.
It'd be violence.
Yeah. And I put my headphones back in, and he's talking again.
He does this a third time.
So I take my headphones out, and I go, just trying to sound a little bit annoyed, so he gets like, I have no interest in you, without saying that. I said, what's up, man? And he says, you know the way you dress, you're asking for it, right? I love how much you love this story. I didn't think you were going to laugh this hard.
Oh my God, dude, what?
And I said, okay, man, I'm going to listen to my music now. I put my headphones back in, and he goes like this, and he waves at me. And I'm just like, dude. So I take my headphones out, and I said, listen, man, no offense. I appreciate you trying to make conversation, but I really want to listen to my music and just get my sweat in. Is that okay? And he goes, oh, just one more question. I said, what's up? He says, do you like football? And I said,
you should have started with this, pimpin'.
And I said, no, man, I know nothing about it. In fact, I hate it. I think it's the most boring thing, and I don't get why so many people are in love with it. And he goes, oh, well, I was just going to let you know that I'm leaving now because the game's about to start. And I said, all right, dude, have a great time. Enjoy the game. Put my headphones back in, and he leaves.
Yeah, he was inviting you.
I know.
That's crazy. Dude, this is we need to put old guys down. Just put them down. Because every single one of them, doesn't matter, just get chemically hard dicks from Blue Chew, and you can't. Old guys that can only get hard through chemicals deserve to die. You can't. Chemically hard dick's a different type of horny. That's crazy to approach you in the fucking thing and just. You got treated like a woman, brother. Like that's. They're like, you're asking for it. You're like, you could never rape me in 1,000 years. Like, asking for it.
One of my buddies that I told this story to, he says, you know what he was saying, right? And I said, what? He said, he's saying that you're a slut.
Yeah. You're a little... David, are you a little cum pig?
Maybe.
Oink, oink. Dude, that's so what? Just to be... It's got to be fun in a fucked up way to just hit an age where you can be like, I'm just going to say it. Hey, I'll suck your nipples while your cock's hard.
Did I tell you about the, this is going to just rapidly turn into David telling gay stories to Isaac. Did I tell you about the blowjob I almost got in a parking lot?
No. How'd this happen?
You heard
a grinder meet?
Nope.
No.
You heard of the Austin Eagle?
Yes.
So for the audience or anyone that's not in Austin, Texas, the Austin Eagle is essentially a leather club. So imagine that most of the guys just have like the leather harnesses on. I personally like wearing jeans, but a lot of guys will just be like in their underwear, not even like thongs, just like their fucking whatever they got from Target.
Whores. Yeah.
And so I hadn't heard of it, and it popped up on my Instagram. And the picture that they were using to advertise that night's festivities all had jack dudes between the ages of like 25 and 45.
So prime real estate.
Yeah.
That's prime real estate.
And I'm like, I'm in this age group.
Yeah.
I would love to go spend a night with a bunch of gays and all of us be half naked. This sounds fun. I get to show off all my hard work, get to look at other jack dudes.
I get affirmation.
This is great.
Like, you're hot. Yeah.
So I drive to this club, get there, or bar, whatever. Get there at like 10:30. Never like being the first one to the party. Wanted the place to sort of be filled already. And as I'm walking up, I noticed that the people in front of me pay to cover. And so as I'm walking up, I get out my wallet, and the door guard looks at me, and he goes, oh, no. You get in for free.
Ooh.
And this has never happened before.
Yeah.
And in my head, I was like, "Oh, I'm the hot girl
Yeah,
tonight.
you get to be
This is cool.
Yeah.
I get it."
Yeah.
And so he opens the door for me. The other people, they let themselves in. He opens the door, and as I'm walking in, he yells to the bartender. He's like, "Hey Joe, give him his first 2 drinks free." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, this night is starting off great."
Ooh, I'm a little baddie.
Yeah, I'm a little cum pig.
Oh.
Ooh. So I immediately noticed, first thing I noticed when I walk in is, you ever been in a retirement home or a building filled with old people?
Yes.
You know how that smell?
Oh, yeah.
It smelled like a retirement home. So it was very off-putting. And everyone in there, Isaac, everyone, youngest dude after me was maybe 55, probably closer to 60.
Ooh.
It's a bunch of old, fat men with bodies I don't want to be seeing, just hanging out. So I grab my first drink, and they have a backyard area. I'm like, maybe all the hot 20, 30, 40-year-olds are back there.
Yeah.
So I go in the backyard area, all old people. And I'm like, I'm just going to people watch, finish my beer, and leave. So I'm sitting on a table in the back porch, and this like 65-year-old dude comes up to me and starts bawling and talking to me about his husband that died a decade ago.
Oh.
Forever. And he's probably 10, 15 minutes into his sob story, and finally one of his friends come over, and he's like, Frank, he doesn't want to hear this. He's like, I'm so sorry. Can we buy you a drink? I was like, no. And he's like, Frank, come on. So him and Frank wander off. And I'm just like, I'm out of here before that happens a second time.
Yeah.
I put my beer down. I get in my car, and I'm doing the move where I have like one leg out on the pavement, one leg in the car, the door's still open. And I'm just like scrolling around on the maps, debating if I want to go check out any other clubs. Like, I'm already in downtown. I'm
Night's
already
still
in
young.
the mood to be out. And as I'm sitting there, I feel tugging on my belt. And I look down, and this Mexican dude, this is relevant to the story, is trying to unzip my pants. And I like bat his hand away, and I go, "What are you doing?" And he literally goes like this. "Oh, oh." And I said, "No thanks, bye."
Yeah.
And he puts his hands back on my crotch and starts like massaging it. And I take his hands off. I push him away. I was like, "Dude, no gracias, adios."
Yeah.
And then he gives me a sad face, and he goes,
Please.
And I said, "No, dude." And so I closed the door, and that was sort of a buzzkill. And so I just came home.
That's, oh, please, senor, so good, pee-pee. Like, that's, man, dude, if switched and that was a woman, I might have caved. Honestly.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Offered free head. That's like, that's everybody's. I mean, that's why you start shaving your pubes when you're a young man. Like, I remember cutting years before I had sex. I used to shave my pubes in the shower and be like, might get a blowjob. We got to be prepared.
Yeah. I think if it, to your point, agreed. If the guy was like 35 and could speak English and I found him attractive.
Yeah, if it was Brad
Sure.
Pitt.
But when a 60-year-old follows me out to my car, and I'm just like, dude, no.
he's got the veteran hat on.
What was crazy about this story is I told my buddy Tom, and Tom was like, you realize if you were a woman, that would have
Ruin
been
his whole
considered
life.
like rape.
Yeah.
The police would have been called. And you're just telling me the story like you're telling me about a story at the gym. And I'm like, well, I wasn't scared of the guy. I could have beat the shit out of him if I wanted to.
Yeah. It's a solid point, but your friend is right, because you were technically sexually assaulted.
Technically,
Like,
yeah.
aggressively sexually assaulted, but because you're a man, there's the weird, like, well, you could just beat his ass if you didn't like it.
It's weird, right?
Yeah. It doesn't make sense to me. That's because we should treat you the same way. Like, oh my God, David, I'm so sorry that happened to you, because that is fucking awkward and it's weird and you feel nasty afterward. You're like, what the fuck? Like, dude, no. Like, sure, this was the end goal of the night, but it was with somebody that I know and I like, and we're like, yeah.
Flirted a little bit first.
Yeah, wine and dine me a little bit.
We were touching each other's chests because we didn't have any clothes, didn't have a shirt on.
We all know the motives of the thing, but we all trick ourselves to be like, no, we were just out and like doing, and this just happened or whatever the hell. But just to see you in a car and be like, I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him. Just staring at you across the parking lot and shit.
Followed me to my car. Yeah, no, I've never been like, even if your reaction had been like, I'm sorry that happened. Yeah, like, dude, like, even I never had even any like negative emotions towards it. I was that chuckling about it as I drove home. I was like, this is nuts. It's so nuts being gay because like we just do this to each other, and it's like it's just what it is. It's whatever. You know?
Start thinking about the Bible. You're like, I get it. I get why we don't fucking like these guys.
I walk into a church. I'm gay, but I hate them all.
Yeah.
I'm on your guys' side in a weird way.
This is my thing about the old guys. It's the old gays that are the problem because it's all like any young gays. It's like, yeah, they're usually like you. They're, yeah, I'm gay, dude. It's fucking whatever. Like the fucking my missionary has wiener. That's my jam. All the old guys are deviants, dude, because they've repressed it and it was like bad for so long. And then they finally get let off the chains, and they're coming at you like, I'll suck your cock in this Denny's parking lot right now. And you're like, no, dude. It's
Guys, he is tickled by this.
It's such a funny world you guys live in. It's a crazy different reality. Because as a man, that'll never, like women, sure, there's variables. Like a woman will be like, I find you attractive, they'll hit on you. But a woman would never just walk up and be like,
ooh, ooh, dude, the sad look, I
want cock.
I'm putting my bottom lip out for the Spotify audience. Like you guys know, like the puppy dog look, like the hurt. That one really got me. I was like, are you serious? And then just again, I also thought it was funny how big he was holding his hands. I was like,
Generous.
how big do you think you think this thing is as thick as a watermelon? Like, no, bro. It's not like it's big, but
yeah, you're getting functional penis.
Yes. Normal, functional dog dick.
Just says, I need it.
Ooh, ooh.
Like, dude, it doesn't work with anybody. Like, I never would never work on anybody. Even if you were a straight dude doing it to a woman, like, please, I've tried.
I just think you're so hot. I just want to eat your pussy out.
I want to come right now.
What if she said yes? Would that scare you a little bit?
Yeah. Yes. Because that means they're way more fucked up than you are. If you're a freak begging for penis already, and then the person's like, yeah, you're getting killed. There's no way you're not ending up in a trunk somewhere after that. People are too freak nasty now, dude. What happened to, like, good old sex where it's like 2 positions max, followed by doom scrolling after sex? You know, like good, wholesome shit. Now it's like, I'm going to need you to put on this horse mask. You're going to be my little pony. Like, oh, dude, what the fuck?
I was listening to a podcast, one of my favorite podcasts, where every week they have a different theme and the listeners get to call in. And I think the theme of this week, the week I'm about to reference, was like sex gone wrong or something like that. Yeah. But a nurse called in, and her story was about a couple that came to the ER, and the husband was dressed up like a rooster, because that's the male, right?
Yeah.
The husband comes in dressed up as in a full-on rooster costume, and they were there because the wife, they tried to put an egg up her vagina, and it shattered. So they were doing some sort of like, we're going to be a chicken and a rooster, and we're going to put some fucking eggs up your pussy, and this is going to be our fucking, what is this look? Tell me please what exactly you're thinking right now.
Because you had to go to the grocery store to get the eggs.
Yes.
That means they both went in there as a couple, bought a dozen eggs, and were like, they have no idea. I have no idea this is going right up your cooch. Because the game plan had to be for her to push the egg out.
Right.
That was then, if he's dressed as a rooster.
Right.
That was the game plan. Sitting in that car before you walked in the hospital had to be one of those... Just full rooster suit. Your wife's got a crushed egg in her pussy. And you know it was the dude's idea. They didn't have a conversation that whole drive. She was silent. She's like, yeah, I'll do this freak shit for you. Yeah, we're married. Why not? Silent drive as he's dressed as a rooster, and she just has scrambled eggs in her pussy. babe, do you want to talk? Do you want to talk about it? And talk about you. First of all, to get it in without cracking is already impressive. Your wife must be loose as hell.
Yeah. I don't know that much about vagina, so I'll take your word for that one. Would that be hard?
Yeah, it would be hard unless you, you know.
No pun intended.
if it's not, you knew beforehand. It's like, yeah, it's the same as like blowjobs. Like if someone is really good at giving you head and you want to date this person, you know that came at a cost.
Right.
No one just wakes up and they're like, I suck a mean dick off rip. It's like, no, you put the hours in. Like it's just the rooster suit.
There is another one.
How many of these do you have?
Dude, I told you. I mean, we're just hanging out, you know? I'm just telling you stories.
Because straight sex is just as bad. It's just as we're doing the same weird shit. Like the fucking, like.
Well, I got one more straightish. This guy was straight. One for you from the same podcast, and I have one more gay. One of my stories for you.
But that's my point. I don't think there is a difference between like truly like people can be like
it's just people fucking.
Yeah, it's just sex, and we're all freaks. We're all nasty. Like shit doesn't make sense. Like I need you to put mustard on it.
Mustard.
Yeah. Like why? Like, I don't know. It's like that old theory you ever read online. It talks about like all your sexual fetishes and kinks are 1, hereditary, or 2, learned. Like because nobody's like born and is like I love forks in my urethra. Right. Like clearly something happened to you that now you like forks in your urethra.
Yeah.
It's just.
Ugh. Do you know what sounding is?
Yeah, when they put the rods in.
Yeah, that's crazy to me. I was telling Tyler about that one the other day. He had no idea what it was, and dude, it was so funny to see like his whole body like cringe, and he was just like, "Why would anyone do that?" And I was like,
"You think they can harpoon it out?"
I don't know.
Like a. And it just shoots straight out.
I hooked up with one guy who had one, and the rod was really thin, and so I was gonna let him try. And then when he got about a centimeter away from me, I was like, "Stop!" Yeah. I couldn't do. I was like, "I'm sorry, I changed my mind."
I saw God. He said no. Yeah. My child turned. Like, oh!
I wanted to like it, but I as soon as it was the visual of it, and I was just like, nope.
No.
Things are not supposed to go in there. Just stuff is supposed to come out.
That's like body horror shit. That's why I don't get how you get pleasure out of that. That's got to be masochistic in some.
A couple guys I know that have done it said it feels amazing. You just have to get over the hump of the inserting a rod into that. But I'm getting squeamish right now just like talking out loud about it.
I'm chill, man. I'm gonna chill on that.
All right, I'm gonna give you. So one of the other stories was another nurse, and this episode was foreign objects up the butt. And a guy came in, and I forget exactly what his story was, but it was something of like, "Oh, I haven't been able to shit for like 3 days." And they're like, "All right, let's take a look at you." And so they ask him as they're doing their questions before they start examining him if he's put anything up his butt. And he's like, "Nope, nothing." And so they have him turn over and like stick his ass out, or I forget how they do it, but they gotta look in his butt first. And as they like open up his cheeks, there's 2 Barbie feet sticking out of his ass. And they're like, "Sir, are you sure that nothing got put up your butt?" And he was like, "Well, maybe, like someone may have put something up there." And so they pull it out, and it's a presidential Barbie.
Like Kamala Harris?
No, it's just like a white Barbie, but with like she had like on a suit, and like she was holding like a vote for me thing.
Oh, like girl power Barbie.
Yeah.
Okay, that's.
But I think it's the thing with the foreign object stories was that the 4 caller-inners, 3 of the 4, all of them denied it. I thought of this when you were thinking about the trip to the rooster couple. All of them just walked into the hospital, and they were like, "Yeah, I like haven't been able to." It's like, just admit it. Just be like, "Hey, I stuck a Coke can up my butt, and it's stuck, and I need your help pronto." Just like that's what I would do.
Listen, there's an Xbox controller up my ass right now. And it keeps by. I need you guys to take. It's to try to hide it. You know they're gonna see it. Like what is your plan gonna be when the X-ray comes and they can see the Barbie feet and you're like, "It got what in there?" Huh? I didn't even sit down on any Barbies. I don't know. My family's got a history of this.
Oh, and one of the other crazy things, he asked for it back.
Yeah. Okay, are you done with that?
Yeah, no, he was like, can I take that with me?
Yeah.
I was like, you gonna do it again, bro?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I bought it.
Like, and why would you want something that's been up your? I don't know. I don't get people. I don't get me.
See, but the build up to that's my favorite part because he's in Toys R Us looking around going, "What Barbie?
Right,
What's
right.
the best for my ass?" He looked at swimsuit Barbie. He's like, "No, it's not that wet back there." Like, presidential Barbie, because I feel like she'd hate it.
Welcome back, Thad.
Thaddeus. Sexual kinks, man, they're crazy fucking things every time. Just to put, I want to know when you move past the penis shaped objects. Like every penis shaped object kind of makes sense. If it's not a dildo, a cucumber, you're like, I can see how you got there.
Yeah.
A finger, sure, man, that's attached. I see how you got there. Shit, I'll give you the benefit of a doubt and say if you shoved a remote up your ass, at least it's still kind of the same shape. But once you start getting into, what'll feel good up there? A whole hamster, man. Just a whole hamster in my ass crawling around, searching for answers. Dude. And it's crazy the human butt can expand that much.
Right. A Barbie's big.
What evolutionary benefit does and they're going to have buttholes that get so much bigger.
Dude, I digress. Yeah.
Butt stuff.
Can I tell you one more story?
Yeah, dude,
I'm having fun.
Yeah, get in there.
I was 26. I'd only been out for about a year, and I was definitely in my hookup phase where I was having fun and I was trying everything, right?
Yeah.
Different
The
positions,
world was your wiener.
blow
Yeah.
jobs. Like if I was down for like anything with anyone near my age was sort of my only thing. It was just being near my age and somewhat attractive, and whatever you want to do, let's do it. So this guy invited me over. I forget what we talked about beforehand because I always asked them a few questions before I went over to their house. But anyways, he passed whatever my test was at the time. And so as I'm driving over, he says, go ahead and just let yourself in when you get here. And I was like, I don't know if I'm going to do that. But I was just like, okay. I get up to the house and it's pitch black.
Oh, immediately.
The front lights aren't on. There's not a single light. I look at the address he sent me again. I look at the number on the house. I was like, yeah, this is it. And I'm like, I'm definitely not letting myself in. So I text him and say, hey, I'm here. And he says, go and let yourself in. I'm like, why does he keep saying this? So I go up to the front door and I ring the doorbell.
No, dude, you should have just left.
You know what? It's okay. I'm alive. I'm here with you right now, safe, unscarred.
You're every white dude in a horror movie. Let's go check it out, guys. That seems dark and mysterious and scary, but I'm going to go in there.
You're going to hate where this story goes in the next 60 seconds.
Oh, go on. You go up to the door.
So I ring the doorbell, and he texts me again, and he says, go ahead and let yourself in. I'm like, why won't you just come fucking answer the door? So I twist the door handle, push it open, and then I take my foot, and I just give it a pretty good kick. So it flies open. I may have kicked it a little too hard. It flies open, and I can't see a thing. I can sort of tell from the street lamp that I'm looking at the family room, and I poke my head and then look to the right, and I can see that's probably a kitchen down there. I look to the left, and I see what's a hallway, probably leads to the bedrooms. So then I text him again, and I said, I'm going to need you to turn some lights on before I come in. I hit send, and I hear a phone that was probably on like a dresser or something vibrate. Yep. Yeah. And then I go, hello, and I just hear.
No, dude, gone.
Dude,
gone.
I ran. I sprinted back to my car, closed the door, just like shaking. I got my keys, and I just floored it. And so then I call my buddy Alex. Alex is like 6'4", 250 pounds, just always feel safe when I'm with Alex. And I'm like, dude, I call him. I'm like, bro, I know it's late. Can I please come over? I have to stay at your place tonight. Please let me come over. And he's like, yeah, come over. So then I get there and I told him what happened. And he was like, yeah, I could see why you didn't want to be alone tonight.
Just you in the car with the keys like, oh, fuck. Dude. It's crazy. You let full ball you lead you through what could have been like You know what a creepypasta store, like a horror movie. That was horror movie shit you were walking into, like the gay slasher.
The gays, yeah, dude. If there's ever a guy that starts killing gays in Sacramento, I'm gonna call the police from here and be like, I know who it is.
Dude, imagine if you did dodge a serial killer.
I dodged. We both know I dodged something. We just don't know. My theory was that, from what I can remember, the guy was like 30, young. I think it was probably a dude who was like catfishing. It's probably some like 50-year-old dude who just didn't want me to see.
Fuck me with the lights off.
Yeah. The thing that got me is why the I was like, what is with the creepy breathing? Why are we doing that?
Because he's just probably sprawled out in the bed fucking gooning and just waiting for you to, I need him to come in now. It's, he had to heard you. I want to know what went through that dude's head after he heard you sprint out of the perimeter. Because there's no way you don't hear the grunt and then
the engine revving and then like
just feeling out. The shit's in fucking like third gear, but and to imagine when you got back in the car, I know the phone reconnected to whatever music you listen to too, so it could have been just you getting in the car trying to start it, and it's like California. Oh fuck off.
Dude, no, I really do think in 38 years on the planet, that was the scaredest I'd ever been. Just like genuinely, like panicked. It was that moment.
Oh, dude.
I thought I was like I almost died.
Yeah, man, that's especially that uncanny valley feeling when you like what you heard was human, but you're not used to the human making that noise. The immediate fear of just like get the fuck out. I've had that a couple times. It wasn't a sex thing. It wasn't gay demons.
Yeah, I haven't been even like jumping out of airplanes, even skydiving, nowhere near as scary. It's a different type of fear, obviously, because with skydiving, you generally know what's about to happen.
It's like a pure adrenaline jump. You're just like, oh shit.
Whereas this, I went from being like
primordial
5 out
fear.
of 10 creeped out to 11 out of 10 in a matter of a half a second.
Well, your whole body redlined and went life or death. Get the fuck out of the house right now.
You ever had a moment like that, like in the military or just in general, ever?
Yeah, I've had. Everybody has like a childhood ghost story or whatever the fuck, but the one as an adult where I couldn't explain what was happening is there was a training exercise. During training exercises with live fire ammunition, they set up like road guards like a mile or so from wherever they're shooting to like alert people if you're in the training zone, like if you're trying to drive through to get to a gas station or something on base, and I'm like, hey man, you can't go this way, they're shooting, we don't want you to get hit by anything. So we got put out by this post in 29 Palms that was already notorious for being the worst spot ever. It's a dirt road for as far as the eye can see. There's nothing around you. It's just flat California desert. And you can't see anything behind you. You're truly just in the middle of fucking nowhere. We got put out there in a Humvee, just me and this other dude, and we were the road guards. We already did the range. You're already qualified. Just go fucking piss off over there. We were out there for 4 days. They just left us. Like, here's food, here's water, bye. None of the radios ever worked. Nothing. So we're out there. Eventually it started off professional. And then we realized nobody's coming out here. They haven't been out here in 2 days. So we just started doing whatever the fuck we wanted. We ran out of food at one point, and they forgot to resupply us. So me and this other dude started hunting for mice with with a fire axe that we got from the Humvee. Just dumb shit.
Did you catch any?
No, not at all.
Okay.
We were living off like snacks we brought and shit and tobacco. That was it. Just chain smoking cigarettes and like 49 bags of Skittles.
Fuck yeah.
And I remember we were out there. It was at night, and we're just chilling, sitting out there. And for whatever reason, we can't explain. Both me and him were like, we're just going to go inside the Humvee and shut all the doors and just like chill in the Humvee. Like we'll just chill in the little vehicle where we're just feeling creeped out right now. It's like 2 a.m. We clock in there. Now the radio hasn't worked the entire time. No radio noise has come through. Not like we tried for hours to reconnect. Like, hey, anybody hear us? Nothing. We're like, oh, it's a dead zone. All of a sudden in the Humvee, all the lights kick on. The radio kicks on. And it's this like the dumb scream I was doing earlier, a static scream over the radio like that for give or take 20 seconds. and then everything shuts off.
No.
And me and him are sitting there, and neither of us want to say that creeped us out, so we're both just sitting in the silence, and I just went and started laughing, and he's like, yeah, it's fucking dumb or whatever. And we're sitting there, and you start hearing rocks pelt. There's no wind. Pelt on the Humvee, like steady, like somebody's just throwing one pace, like bop, wait a second, bop, and it'd start picking up, bop, 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 more aggressive. We're just sitting there. We're not saying a word to anything. Finally, he kicks on the radio. We hear our company go, hey, you guys can come on back. We're checking in. I've never seen two dudes start a fucking car so fast and peel out. And, dude, when we were leaving, over the static on the radio, the scream persisted till we got like a mile away from the thing, and then it just stopped. And he looked at me, and I looked at him, and he's like, we will never fucking talk about this again, and we're not going back out there for any reason. And we started going down all the conspiracy theories with that, because out in 29 Palms, it's like skinwalkers is a huge Indian reservation.
So, sorry, it wasn't your guys's... it wasn't other troops like messing with you. You never found out what it was?
Nope.
Oh, boy.
No. Fucked us up, too. For days, dude. They kept making us go back out there. And when nightfall came, shit got weird as fuck out
Was
there.
it the same good dude out there with you?
Yeah, every single time. Me and him thought we were going crazy. We were like, this has to be. Like, we're nuts. We're expecting to see something, and because of that, your mind's making shit that makes you see shit. But it would be nonstop. You'd see shit in the sky flying around that does like doing circles and like this, and this was before all the drone shit. Maybe it was drones and we just didn't know. But dude, it was fucking, because all the stories you hear about that place are the worst things ever. Like, there's been Marines that have stumbled upon like rock formations where there's like flayed skin of people's tattoos just set on the rocks. Like somebody like, cut off your tattoo and slapped it to the rock and shit. And there's like huge Indian like carvings and shit of crazy things where the Marine Corps is just like completely stay away from those. There's no Indian res out there that's like, these are laws, we can't go over there. The Marine Corps is just like stay the fuck away from that area completely. Marines go missing all the time for like...
Stop.
No, I'm not kidding. There's stories of like Marines going for months and then they find the body like it just freshly died in the middle of nowhere. Full kit, everything they had when they went missing. And so anytime you go out to that place, it's fucking weird as shit all the time. Never not weird shit. You'd see like, the classic like a dust storm. They don't get that big in 29 Palms, but it's just the wind kicking up the dust and shit. And you would swear you've seen people in the dust, and the dust stops and they go away like movie shit. And you're like, am I losing my fucking mind because I'm dehydrated or some shit? But it happened all the fucking time. I won't go back there for any reason, ever. Joshua Tree, 29 Palms, fuck that place. That place is wrong. There's something wrong there. I don't know what the fuck it is.
See, this is a few thoughts. One is, I have a lot of friends in the military, and whenever I talk about it with you guys, my only regret in life is I'm like, fuck, I should have joined.
No.
I should have just done it. Because from 19 to 21, I was just working as a personal trainer because I didn't want to go to college. So I had the time. I should have joined the military. But it is what it is. I didn't, and I've aged out. But this is the only time that you've told me a story where I'm glad I didn't join.
Oh, dude, it was...
That sounds like an awful night.
It fucking sucked, dude. I was terrified for like days. I couldn't, like, just shaking, me and this dude not being able to sleep. Because the part that would trip you out is you start going through your head, like, trying to explain it to yourself. Like, oh, radios make static noise all the time. It was probably just the pitch or whatever. And then you're like, well, that doesn't explain how we didn't have radio for 4 days. Like, nothing. Couldn't even get a noise to come over for it. For 4 days, nothing.
Because since it's a radio, it should have worked. Like, is there, what would it take for a radio
even
to
when
not?
The radio's not connecting to another radio that's on the set channel, let's call it that for ease, like, you'd still hear, like, feedback.
Right.
Like, radio static, like you would like when you're searching for an old radio station, you'd hear that. We didn't hear that either. We thought it was broken. Like, oh, maybe the battery's not connected. Nope. And then the Humvee just switching on. That scared the shit out of us. We were like, that, because we're sitting in the back. Both me and him are in, like, the back seats chilling, because they don't lean back, but they're the ones that lean back the farthest. So it kicked on. Nobody's in the front seat. We were like, just...
And I'm assuming for the rest of the nights you guys were out there, you were probably full attention, had your weapons ready.
We didn't leave the vehicle.
What about during the day?
Didn't. It was just inside. You'd cook inside the metal vehicle and just be like, whatever, fuck it. Like,
Did you have weapons?
I'm to the point, yeah. We would to the point we didn't have ammo. We're in the fucking States, so they just gave us empty weapons with a mag end to be like, most people will assume it's loaded. And I'm like, oh. Well,
Really?
Yeah.
You didn't have a single way of defending yourself, at least in terms of weapons.
You got two hands, brother.
Fuck.
Yeah, most of the time in training and that, like, we don't have ammo. That's the funny part of the military when they're like, you're doing military training. I'm like, we're LARPing.
Yeah, right.
It's not even a joke. It's
Right.
LARPing.
Yeah.
They'll be like, all right, load your magazines in. There's no bullets. There's no bullets in the magazines. Load them in. You got an enemy on the mountain. And then it's literally like you and other grown men being like, bang, bang, bang. Oh, shit. Jenkins is hit. Jenkins, lay down. And you just got to be like,
Jenkins, lay down.
all right, he's dead, guys. Save him. Like, that's all it is, the training. Just LARPing. So we didn't have shit, dude. We were just out there. I'd open the door to piss out the door and then shut it. Like, I would not leave. I'd just hang out and I'll be just sweating. I hated that shit. I'll never go back there. I hate that place.
Okay, so now that you've told me all these stories, I have to ask, you don't believe in aliens. Do you believe in ghosts? Or some, like, because something had to have caused the rocks to be hitting in that specific cadence, the radio to turn
Yeah,
on. Like, so did that night change your belief about, like, some sort of supernatural entity that we don't understand that could be on Earth?
Yeah, I think there is, but I don't know if it's ghost. I don't even think we have the right word for it. I think it's just something that's like, because what I can't get over is like how every single person has the same response when they see weird shit. It's immediate leave, like right now, like immediate instinctual get out response. That only comes from thousands of years, if you believe in evolution, of like, why are people afraid of snakes? Well, for 1,000 years, a snake bit you. That's why people have fears of snakes. Or dark because there could be tigers in the fucking dark. Something happened where every single human can, when we see something we don't understand, instead of approaching it with curiosity like we usually do, it's immediate response, get the fuck out. Now, leave. So I think it's something that doesn't belong. Like, you're not supposed to see it. We should have never interacted with it. It's not something the human mind can, like, cosmic horror type shit. And, like, it makes people crazy and fucking... Whatever it is so unexplainable to us that every person that sees or interacts with a supernatural experience or aliens, it's immediate fear. You don't know what to do, and it never seems like a nice, like... Because if it is something that's so far out of human understanding, then us trying to understand it would be like a cat trying to understand the rooms in a house. Like, it just, to the cat, like, you have no idea what it concept. How do humans have a box that has more space inside?
Yeah, sure.
They have no idea. It'd be us trying to understand that. Like, whatever it is, I don't think it's good. I don't like it. I can't watch scary movies most of the time because of that reason.
Could it also have just been like a couple of 16-year-olds?
Yeah, but that's implausible to me because we're on a military base that, especially 29 Palms, you're not getting on that bitch without getting ID'd.
How far out, how many miles away were you guys? Because you mentioned it was just flat. And
Yeah, I couldn't tell you miles, but I can tell you that from the main part of the base, where it's like the gas station, like a food place where you see all the Marines, we were an hour and a half drive from that. And we stopped seeing buildings like 30 minutes into that drive. So an hour of just nothing until you get out there.
so no teenager's
If
going to
you
work
would-
that hard to fuck with a couple Marines.
You could say it could have been a crackhead, but to walk that far with no water, nothing, like there's no way to reach that. I wouldn't understand how they got out there, let alone get back. So yeah, I have no idea what, and I mean dead silent, no wind at all. None.
I feel like the plausible explanation is some of the other Marines were just fucking with you guys and they
But
didn't.
there was-
They
they-
never owned up to it.
Even them walking, they'd have to walk past the live gunfire range to get to us. Like we were behind a mountain that they were shooting at. So to get to us, they would have to walk through that, get over the mountain, and then get to us, and then walk back through a live fire. And then the only way they could have came without hiking up the mountain, which God knows how long that would have took, would be down that dirt road, and everybody would have seen them coming. So we were like, I don't know, but we kind of, maybe it was fucking like a rock on the side of the Humvee that like fell, and it did the weird like hit the side of it on the way down, so it sounded like somebody was pelting.
How many rocks do you think were thrown?
The least amount would be 8.
Oh,
8
shit.
distinctive ticks. And with the time between them, like, it was spray. It would, like, dink, dink, dink. Silence for them, like, maybe it's done. Dink, dink, dink. And it was the same spot the entire time. Somewhere on the, like, the driver's side door. Just bink. It almost felt like it would throw, see us look, turn back, and then throw another one.
You know, I'm the opposite of you in the sense that I love horror movies,
I can't.
and I love Halloween, and I used to throw a huge Halloween party every year for probably 8 years in a row. That only ended because of COVID. When I moved to Texas, the only thing I could not bring myself to sell or get rid of is I literally have a shed full of boxes of just all the Halloween decorations I've accumulated over the years.
Yeah.
So I've always wanted to have like an encounter like yours. So while it sounds scary, I want to experience it. I want ghosts and the paranormal to be real. The closest thing, it's not even that great of a story, which is probably why I've never told it on here. The only thing that ever happened to me is there's one night where I went to bed stone cold sober, and I love sleeping in the dark. So I turned off everything. I even, like, in my bedroom right now, I have a towel that's over the internet modem to keep the tiny little blue light. I want it pitch black when I'm trying to sleep. So I know that everything was off, and I went to bed. And at like 2 a.m. or something, have you ever woken up and just, you know, that state where you're not fully awake, but you're not asleep, and you can sense like your consciousness is sort of like awakening?
Like drifted back in.
Yeah. So I'm in that phase, and I just feel terrified. I don't know why. And I wake up, and it's also December. It's Christmas time. I wake up, and every single light in the apartment was on. The Christmas tree got plugged in. There is like, I had lights around like the perimeter of the place. Those got plugged in, and it freaked me the fuck out, because it's not like, oh, David just got drunk and stumbled into bed and forgot to turn the lights out. Like, no, that place was pitch black. So I immediately check under the bed, in the closet, check all the windows, everything's locked, check the front door, it's locked. And I'm standing in the middle of my family room just like, how the fuck does a plug, like for the Christmas tree, get picked up and plugged in? And so someone didn't break in because nothing was stolen. I have not been kidnapped. So what just happened here tonight? And why did when I woke up, before I opened my eyes and saw the lights were on, why did I feel just like that overwhelming sense of fear of like something is wrong?
Yeah, this is my point about like the shit we don't understand, we're not able to, and we shouldn't interact with it. Like, have you heard the just to make it short, the story of Pompeii? Not the area, the general.
No.
Pompeii is a general. I don't think it's technically a biblical story, but it has to do with religion. Basically, there's a Jewish temple. In the Jewish temple, the head priest, there was apparently a veil where once a year, or whatever the time frame is, the head priest would go in there and be in the presence of God. Now, the story goes that only the head priest can go in, and if they were unworthy or they got scared or unclean, they would die immediately on the spot from witnessing or being in God's presence. So, General hears about this, invades. Pompey goes up. His main mission, even though they're taking land for the thing, is to be like, let's say the Jewish people, if their God's real. Because we've all heard these stories about if you look past the veil, and you know God's there, he'll know God's real, or he'll know their God is fake. And this whole story leads up to him going up to the veil and then opening the curtain. And the question that the story is supposed to ask is, what do you think's worse? To open and see a room that's empty, or to open and see a room that has something? So the reason I brought that up is, imagine back to that story. What do you think would have been worse? The reality where you got out of bed, felt terrified, there was nothing in the house, or you found something. And the whole, like, theological, I guess, debate in your head is, like, how do you think you would handle it? Like, leading up to this whole thing where you think you're going to find something, the pure curiosity of it, knowing that you could possibly, the thing you're searching for, absolutely terrify you or kill you. You know that's a possibility. You could have been looking through that thing and somebody could have been in your house. and could have did horrible shit, but you still looked. You couldn't help yourself but not look. Even though you know it could have been really bad. It could have been a demon or whatever the fuck it is, or a monster, and you still looked. So what do you think was the worst answer? Seeing something there, or the unknown of like you'll never have an answer for that?
I think the unknown.
Yeah.
Because to your point, if I had woke up and found someone robbing me, I don't know how I would react to that. Yeah. Like, I would hope that maybe I would just like run at them as quick as I could and tackle the shit out of them and get the upper hand quick. Especially now that I have Thad, like maybe it sounds stupid that I would put my own life in danger to protect him, but like I would.
Yeah.
But I feel like that would have been like legitimately traumatizing. If I had chased a robber out of the house, had to call the police, I wouldn't have slept for the next month because I would be so paranoid that it's going to happen again. Whereas in this case, it bothered me to the best of my memory for maybe a week.
Okay.
Where my sleep was like, ugh, this is going to be hard falling asleep tonight. Maybe I'll pop an extra melatonin. Yeah. But the night itself was terrible because it makes no logical sense. If there is a computer missing, it's like, all right, someone broke in and then right on their way out, they turned on all the lights, I guess.
Okay, let me rephrase that question, then that'll make more sense with what you just said. If you know logically after that whole night that no one could have broke in, there was nobody else in the house. There's no logical within the real world explanation of why all the fucks on lights are on and the shit's plugged in and I felt terror. That means whatever you would have found would have been unexplainable. Like if you truly did find something in the apartment. Like that's the part I'm getting at. Go back to that original fear. What was worse? You being confused by that and be like, I just can't comprehend this? Or what would have been more terrifying to be able to comprehend it?
I don't know if I'd want to comprehend it because now I start thinking about like Paranormal Activity movies. Yeah. Like
you'd never be able to explain that to somebody.
Yeah.
If you fully saw whatever it was.
Right. Whether it was a shadow, a demon,
you would have no words in the human vocabulary to describe whatever the fuck just happened to you. And that's a hell almost worse than going to bed and being like, I'll never know what it is and maybe I don't want to know the answer. Like, what if that I'm religious, but what if the main, like, this whole human drive to, like, why are we here? What is the answer? What if we don't want to know? Like, what if all the weird ghosts we see is, like, the main thing? What if the reality of why we're here is so much more terrifying than to not know? And that's why human history never writes about it or tries to make it look great or all these things. Like, what if the real reality is so terrifying it's better to just be like, we don't know what happens?
What if Christianity was made to cover up the real thing? That's why they were like, oh, God created the heavens and the earth, so now every human born going forward will just think that this is when earth started and they won't have to know the truth leading up to when we wrote this book.
Because we can all agree there's at least some weird natural moral code that every human has if you're not, like, you know, mentally, like, unwell or something. Where it's like, you want good things to happen to you, therefore you have empathy. You like, I like dogs. I don't want to beat somebody else's dog because I like Thad, and I know how that would make me feel. We know there's an underlying good and an underlying evil. And it's like, which one is the actual answer? Like, every general religion tries to put you to the same thing, which is overall be a good person, right? Like, do these things to try to be good. We don't want to do these evil things because these evil things are bad. Well, you can get into the whole, it's like you were saying, it's just something to, like, calm us down, because if we knew the truth of what we are and where we're all going, and it doesn't matter, and you can't do anything, it's like an unstoppable force. No matter what happens, the sun's going to be a black hole. No matter what happens, humanity is the worst possible explanation. So they're just like, don't tell them. Just give them this. Give them little bits of the truth that makes enough sense for you to be like, I believe this, but you'll never know the whole thing. It's like a wife cheating on you. You'll get up little bits and pieces, and you'll think you're crazy if she's good at hiding it, and just never give you the answer until you die.
One of the craziest episodes, I forget if I've ever told you about it or not. Have I told you about a lady named Olivia who escaped a sex cult when she was 15?
Oh, no.
So she came on the podcast. Actually, it was a really fun, it's sort of a funny story. My buddy Spencer and I are hanging out at Barton Creek, and he sees this woman that he finds attractive. So he goes and asks her out, and they talked for like 10, 15 minutes. And sure enough, he scored. They gave each other their number, and he came back over. He's like, "Dude, you should get her on the podcast. She's a psychologist, and I know you've been wanting like some psych people on." And I was like, "Well, I don't want to go over there. Like, you just asked her out. Like, that might be weird if then your buddy that she clearly sees you hanging out with." He's like, "If that's her response, maybe I don't want to go out with her. So just introduce yourself and let her know why you're approaching her." So I was like, all right. So I go over. I was like, "Hey, my name's David. I do my normal pitch." I said, "Spencer told me that you're a psychologist. What would you want to talk about if you came on the show?" And so she gave me a couple answers, and I was like, "All right, cool. Well, if you're down, let's have one more conversation over the phone." And she said, I would like that. Sounds good." So week or two later, we call each other, and she was like, "Hey, I got a really good vibe from you at Barton Creek, and so I would be willing to talk about something I've never shared publicly before on your podcast." And I was like, "Ooh,
yes.
Tell me more."
Secrets. Ooh.
And she says, "I escaped a sex cult when I was 15.
Hot. Continue.
Yeah. And I was like, "All right, you're coming on." But one of the crazy things in thinking about this just came to mind when you were talking about how we all have like a somewhat of a moral compass, is that the Children of God cult was,
I know this cult. Yeah.
they are a missionary Christian organization that spends their day trying to spread the love and the message of Jesus Christ coming to forgive you. But then behind the scenes, all the guys are fucking all of the women, whoever they want, regardless of their age. And that was one of, like, some people might think like, oh, her getting raped at 10 was the craziest. For me, it was like, how did one dude get together 180,000 people and convinced all of them that we are going to spread love when the sun's out and fuck whoever we want when the moon comes out?
It's a weird. I think it's just the balance of. I think for every equal good, there's an equal bad. Like for every good, there's an equal and like for every action, there's a reaction. I think we all want to be good, but we're all still like slaves to ourselves and our own undisciplines and all that shit. But it is a knife behind the back, and it's with any power position. It's like a little secret. Like, we all start off good, but eventually my knife comes out, and this is what I'm going for. And I don't know why we all do it. It is funny to think about that. Because it always, for dudes, it just always goes back to, like, a shit ton of money or getting ass in whatever form. It's like you get big enough, you're like, he saved the world. And you're like, now I crush ass. It's like the main goal every time. Save the world, everybody gets food and water, time to crush ass. Every single time. My only guess is that they convince the people through, like, I don't know. People always like, that would never get me. It's like, dude, you get convinced of shit all the time. Like, how many times have you been like at a drive-through or a customer service place? It might not be every time. And you're buying something and they convince you to get something else. And you originally went in there being like, I only want this thing. But then they're like, David, we're giving you a nice shave on your head. It's like, could use a little beard trim. If you want a little beard trim. You're like, I just came in for the haircut. And they're like, I want to make you look great. It'd probably feel really good. You know, it's not that much extra. It's like $3. It'll take maybe 15 minutes, and you're going to feel better about yourself. And you went in there not wanting a beard trim, and now you're leaving with a beard trim. I think it might be that simple. Like, it's just somebody like, we should fuck. No, we can't fuck. I'm married. No, God says it's cool. God says it's cool? Yeah. Wouldn't you want God to say it's cool? I don't want God to say it's cool. I don't fucking move. Yeah, let's fuck. Bring your kids. Yeah. Like, you're like, dude. And they're just convincing people.
Bring your kids.
Yeah. That's a fun time. Because I don't know. Every time it gets into weird sex stuff, it just makes me laugh. It always, come on, let me put my dick in it. Come on. I don't know. People are dumb, and I hate everybody. How long are we into this?
We're take a guess before I look at me. Take a guess.
Hour
and 22 already.
All right, cool. So I can be fuck around now because I don't have to be nice anymore. That was like, it was making me think like, all right, you know the Jeffrey Island shit, like Jeffrey's like a little fucking pedophile island where all the rich people went?
I know about it, and I also know very little. So tell me more.
I'm not an educated man either. That's all you need to know is the island they're fucking kids. You ever see the TV show Survivor?
I have not yet.
But you know the premise of it?
They're
We're on
basically
an island. We do competitions. You get voted off the island.
Yes.
You think Jeffrey Epstein's island had like a little survivor vote where it was like the celebrities going into a camera and being like, Timmy, we're voting you off the island. You've just aged past. You're 9 now.
Oh, no, Isaac.
Yeah, I know that's bad. It is so fun to just be like, just Stephen Hawking rolling in and being like, Carter. That made me start thinking about the Jeffrey Epstein I don't know. My mind's going everywhere. But just the whole point of the island is like we all know rich people do weird shit once they get to a certain amount of power. And I think it really might just stem down to being bored. I think if you have, if I gave you all the money in the world right now, everything you could want from this podcast, all the reach, all the people's lives that changed, everything you want, I give it to you right now. How long do you think you'd be till you got bored?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe like a year.
Yeah, before it wears off and you're like, there's no next goalpost. You have everything. There is no drive for you anymore because I keep giving you life's giving you everything. I think you get to that point and they start doing weird shit like that just to feel something.
But do you also think that could happen with people who get instantly rich? And what I mean by that is like, I believe the podcast will one day be one of those podcasts where every episode is getting 1 million views.
Well, you have
to.
But
the work up to that is it's going to take years,
but
right?
That's where the satisfaction comes from.
Right. But do you think the rich people who get weird are ones who maybe get like that inflection immediately?
Yeah, there's no buildup.
Because with the buildup, I feel like I'll still stay consistently David. And I've told all my friends, I haven't told you yet, but if I ever start acting weird as this thing grows, like slap me across the face and be like, David, stop it.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think they have that. I think you grow up rich.
Okay, so we're agreeing without realizing
you
it.
have black money. Like that's what they call it on the internet, where like such old money that it's not even a possibility for you to be poor. Everything's ever wanted to you. Like if you read like people that used to work with the King and Queen of England or whatever, like they would be to the point where they'd spill a cup of tea and be like, "Hey, I spilled a cup of tea. Can you come clean this up?" And they'd clean it up, and they're like, they've never cleaned up anything. Like socks and everything's ironed for them in their drawers perfectly full. They have no struggle in their life. If you never have anything that would give you challenge for a dopamine hit with the cost of failure, because it's like gambling, the podcast is going to work out. It could also not. So when it does work out, you get that boost to your like ego. You're like, yes, I'm doing the right thing. It's working where others do not, type shit, or whatever the fucking kids are saying nowadays. So if you grow up without that, you got to be doing wild. I'd be doing wild. I get bored now and do wild shit. I couldn't imagine unlimited money and no one can touch you. It's not even a possibility to go to prison unless the entire country finds out about what you did.
Yeah.
Not even you just pay people. You're probably a demon, dude. Like I'm going to have everything I've ever wanted and more, and fucking, that's probably why they get all in the weird cults and shit. Like, I think money's a cult. I think almost anything can be a cult. It's just one directive of people being like, duh, this, duh. Like podcasting in itself is a cult. Joe Rogan started a cult with all these fucking comics that moved to Austin. I'm one of them. Can't even fucking be a hypocrite. I'm just like, yeah, it is a cult. Joe Rogan gave me I made a club. Everybody gonna come here. And then we were like, we all come there.
What you did with your eyes.
Yeah, we all like jujitsu now. It's the same thing with Kill Tony. He's like, I'll make Tony like me. That's how I'll blow up. Make Tony like me. Everything's a cult. Humans are dumb, and we overthink everything. All the time. Yeah, there you go.
Well
Clap
said.
for me.
Well said. Yeah, is money much of a incentive for you? Like, do you think, do you want to be rich one day? Is it?
No.
I was going to say, you seem pretty content. I've never heard you be like, David, like, got to be a millionaire one day, or like,
No.
Yeah, we've talked a lot.
I don't even want to be famous.
You've never brought up money.
No, I don't want to be famous. I don't want to be rich. I don't want to be a Netflix comedian. I don't even want to be in the conversation when people are like the goats of all time comedy. Not my thing. Don't want to do that at all. I truly just, comedy makes me get affirmation when I do well. I like it. It's fun. I want to try to do this to pay my bills. That's as far as anything that comes after that is just a perk.
So if you got to a point where you were making like $150K a year from this, you'd be satisfied.
Oh yeah.
I feel like that would be a good number where you could travel, you could buy nice things.
Dude, if I could pay for an apartment in New York City and here and pay all my bills, that'll be enough for me. Like, not even big apartments. Like, just somewhere I could be like, well, I'm be in New York for a little bit. Now I'm back in Austin.
Yeah.
I'll be here and I can do that. Yeah, I'd be such a bad famous person. I'd fuck up immediately with something. Immediately. Without question, it would happen.
Yeah.
They'd be like, oh, you have to do the late night show. And I'd be like, I'm going to have like 2 or 3 beers, calm down. And then I'm walking on the late night show. And they're like, what do you think about this? And I'm like, I got something to say. You guys aren't going to like it. Why can't I say it? Feed cuts. Yeah, I couldn't deal with no. I can barely deal with people clapping if I do good. Like, the moment, like, I've had good shows, great shows. The moment people start clapping, that like, oh, you did good, or everybody's laughing, I want to leave immediately. I don't like my perfect world, I can go on stage, tell jokes, and when I walk off, none of you remember who I am. And I made you laugh, and then I can just be like, yeah, nice. Because I can't deal with the praises or the fucking, which is crazy because that's what you would want. That's why you're doing the thing. Make people laugh and go, wow, that was really good. Good job. I hate that part. I can't stand it at all.
Yeah, I'm similar to you in the sense that I want this thing to blow up, but I was listening to, do you know who Stephen Bartlett is? Diary of a CEO host. It's a huge show, and it's the biggest podcast in Europe right now. So he's the Joe Rogan equivalent, but in Europe. And he was talking about how when around year 8, when his show started to blow up, things would start happening, like people would take pictures of him and his girlfriend, and what they were actually doing was just leaving the gym and walking home. But then someone would send him a link, and the journalist would use that photo to be like, oh, Steven's having sex with a mysterious woman. And that's the thing, is like, if I don't want that. Like, I don't know how I'm going to deal with that, of being able to just, I like that I can just exist. But I don't want you to be sending me a link and being like, hey, did you see this thing where there's this article that says you went straight and you raped a girl? Dude, like, what? That sounds it sounds awful.
Yeah. I truly just want people like how you imagine that. Like, maybe a DM that's like, hey, man, I really enjoyed that.
Yes. Yeah.
Thanks, dude. That's what I want. I want somebody to go, that was really funny. And I go, sick. And then you just go about your day. And I'm like, I made that dude laugh. Hell yeah, they enjoyed it. That's all I want. I don't need anything else after that. Anything else after that makes me uncomfortable. It's like, why are we doing this? I can't stand it. I don't like any of it. So I don't like posting on, like, and it's a detriment to myself. As a comic, you're supposed to post your fucking reels and you're like, interact so people see you. I don't do any of that. I don't want you to. Truly, the peak of what I want is you to show up at a random comedy show, not even know who I am. You just bought a ticket to have a good night. And you can leave that right going, yo, that one dude in the fucking Lakers shirt was hilarious. And that's the end of that. You're like, we enjoyed that. And you go about your day. I did my job. No one needs to know my political opinion or what I think about this because it's wrong. I can tell you that off rip. You're not going to like the answers I give you. How do we deal with the rich people? Kill them all.
And the old gays.
Yeah. Drain the swamp. We really want to restart. Everybody over a certain age, we just clip. Then we all look at each other and go, all right, we're all on the same page? Cool. There shouldn't be billionaires. It doesn't even make sense. It's ridiculous. Once you hit like $500 million, you won. You won, dude. You won life. Every other money you make extra, put it back in the community. I'll even give you a high score. I'll give you a little ribbon. Like this guy gave the most. Elon Musk just gave $2 million to children. Nice, dude. Good job. And people go, sick. Good job. Why do you need $2 billion? Everything after like $2 million you can afford. Anything you wanted. Why do we need extra shit?
Yeah.
Gluttony.
I do agree with you that to get rich enough to have not an apartment, but an actual house in California near my mom, a house in Texas, and like a nice what do you call like the top floor of the apartments in New York, like a penthouse?
Yeah.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't want to live in New York full time, and I never want to move back to California full time. Yeah. But like if I could just sort of go New York for 2 weeks and then go see mom for a month and then come back to Austin and shoot 8 podcast episodes so then I can go back to New York, or maybe even have a studio at New York and in Austin. I don't think I need one in California. No offense to California. There's no one there I would want to talk to.
I mean, like, true richness is being able, like, if I could take you and all my friends out to a dinner and I go, I don't even have to look at the price of the menu.
Fuck yeah.
Order whatever.
Yeah, dude.
That's true richness.
Yeah.
To be like, let's do the lamb chop, and we just know we're good. Everybody knows, doesn't matter. It's going to be taken care of. Nobody's breaking their own bank. Nobody's worried, like, you sure, man? You just spent a lot of money on it. It's just a clear, like, we had a good time, good food. True richness. You're a good person when you're like, this is what I want. And I can say that too. But truthfully, if given money and power, I'm starting a cult so quick. So quick I'd have my own cult.
What kind of cult?
I don't know. I'd find something, though. Just get a bunch of... If you have enough money, I can get people on my side. I can hire somebody that's good at cults and be like, write down some things I want. Let's make this happen. Yeah. I don't know. I'd like to tell you that I wouldn't go into fucking people's wives, but if the cult works out, might as well drink the juice I'm serving. Because that's the fun part to me, is most of these cults got to start out with dudes being like, there's no way they'll believe this. Like, Isaac, if you suck me right now, you'll get into heaven. And then it works. And you're like, there's no way that would work again. You try it to the next person, works. Next thing you know, you got 20 dudes. You're eventually going to start drinking your own juice. You're like, maybe I am God. And then the power drop comes.
Yeah.
Your daughters need to blow me. And then a dude's got an AR in your thing. And you're like, they got me.
Oops.
Yeah. Went too far.
Dude, if I don't know about a cult, but if I became world leader, I would take everyone who's in prison for life and be like, we're not going to torture these poor souls. We're going to do gladiator battles again. We are bringing it back.
Fight for your freedom.
If we have sentenced you to a life in prison, you're not going.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll put you in there for like a week, but then one day the guard's going to come get you. And he's going to give you an old school leather armor outfit. And you're going to walk into a fucking stadium. You're going to walk into UT Stadium. There's going to be 12 other humans in there. And we're going to throw a bunch of swords and axes and tigers in there. And y'all are going to fight.
That's my thing. I mean, what part of pedophile death matches doesn't sound hilariously fun and entertaining to you? Like, just being able, like, this guy did horrible things to kids. You're like, fuck that guy.
Gladiator contestant.
As you're walking into the stadium, they're like, now, do we put him in the cage with 2 tigers? Or do we put him in the cage with Bubba, who's 6'4", and he wants that ass? And we're like, I think I'm putting my money on Bubba.
Let's put them all in there.
And you just see some pedophile out there and just like a fucking Shaq dude walking, and you're like, get him, get him, get him.
Dude, imagine if I was world leader and that old guy who thought my nipples were hot, I was just like,
his head.
Guards,
yeah,
take him to the next gladiator.
You put on your cloak, the red velvet cloak. Kill him. God hates fags. As you like have a harem of Timothy Chalamet, kill this one. I hate him. So fun.
So fun.
Yeah.
That was a great Tuesday.
Yeah.
Let's call Isaac and go get some barbecue now.
We all know kings are horrible. Imagine how much fun that is to just be like, Jester, dance for me. Oh, these farmers are revolting. Burn their crops. Yes, sire. Burn it.
Oh my God. That was good. Thank you.
It's fun. It's like people are like, I can't imagine these monsters. Yeah, you can.
You can imagine yourself as the monster. Yes. You would rock that king title.
You know they all started out that there's no way Hitler thought his plan was going to work the entire time.
Right.
Somebody's got to stop me. And it just kept going. And he's like, no way. Shoot me up with meth. I'm exterminate all Jews. And people are like, we're on board. He's like, well, you guys aren't even listening to, I'm not even giving reasons.
Dude, it's so funny that we went down this rabbit hole because literally like 3 or 4 days ago, I think I was just walking Thad and I had the thought, I wonder if Trump got to office and he was like, didn't think that was gonna work out.
Oh.
But like, what if that was his reaction? Was like, these idiots actually just voted me like. That was just a joke.
That's my whole point, is I think that's what's happening with Trump, and that's why I think he's saying shit like, maybe America likes a dictator. Because no one's told him no yet. The worst we've done and been like, we don't like him. It's like, yeah, I didn't like Joe Biden either. He was definitely too old, but usually I lean Democrat. Trump is going to be the funniest dictator of all time. There will be nobody funny. It'll be tragedies like you couldn't imagine over shit that doesn't make sense. He's like, tacos are done. And then just everybody that eats a taco gets hanged in Times Square or some shit. Anybody that laughs at my small penis dies.
Imagine if I hit you up and we get a few friends together and we did what you were talking about earlier, where we bought tickets to a random comedy club, no idea who was going to be there. What would your reaction be if they call Trump up on stage?
He's going to kill.
I would love that.
Yeah. Listen, we hate him as the president. If he was a stand-up comic, he's everybody's favorite stand-up comic.
Dude, even Shane Gillis's, have you seen that episode of Kill Tony?
Yeah.
I think that's my favorite episode I've ever seen.
Perfect impression.
Especially, remember the part where Shane, or President Trump, was like, all right, Tony, you seriously need to stop bringing out the retarded guys.
Yeah.
No more retarded guys.
They're retarded. Yeah.
And then the guy with the arms come out.
Yeah.
You remember that?
And it breaks him. He
Yes.
breaks out of character. Yeah. Trump doing anything's hilarious if you just listen to him talk.
He's just a funny dude.
He made some quote about some politician, and he did a subdivert. Like, he wasn't going to call him gay, but the statement he's making is calling him gay. He's like, I don't know him. He likes to ride his bike with his husband. Very cute. And you're like, yo, dude, this dude's untouchable. He can't be touched. It's so funny, man. That's why I'm like, I think the next running presidents are going to be cursed, because I don't think we'll ever go away from entertainment for our world leader now. Like, we want you to be a political, like, know your stuff, but now you have to be entertaining. Like, Kamala Harris had all the credentials to be somebody that could go into office if you look at it on paper. Yep, she's done all this. But anybody that's like, nah, I just don't like her because she sucks at talking or her voice is weird. Trump is the right amount of, like, you can hate him as much as you want. You're still going to listen and go, damn it, that's good.
Dude, one time, I had this neighbor. I only have, as you probably know, I like most people.
Yeah.
I don't come across many people in person.
I'm sorry to do this. Could I do one more?
Yeah. I'll tell you, this story's quick. So there's various reasons why I don't like her, but one of the big ones was when it was around the election, and we're both walking our dogs, and she goes, how are you voting, David? And I was like, you tell me first. Or no. I was like,
here
I
in
wouldn't.
Texas or Cal?
It was here in Texas,
okay.
in this neighborhood. She didn't ask me that. She said, so we see each other, and every time she sees me, she just starts talking. She doesn't even say, like, hey, David. But she's like, oh, hey, just wanted to let you know that I voted estrogen because I'm estrogen. And I'm like, that's the weirdest fucking way to say you voted for Kamala. Why don't you just be normal and be like, I voted for Kamala today. Who'd you vote for? To be like, oh, I voted for estrogen because. So then she said, who are you voting for? And just to piss her off, whether the answer is the truth or a lie, or I already knew what I was going to say. I was like, oh, I fucking love Trump. He's my dog. I voted for him. Like, I made it seem like he's my fucking boy.
I'll die for him.
Yeah. And just, dude, the look on her face, she's an older lady, probably like, she's retired, so at least 65. But I remember when I was like, he's my fucking dog. She literally like recoiled and was like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't vote for estrogen, even though you're penis, or even though you're testosterone? What if I said I voted testosterone because I'm testosterone?
I voted hard dick. I'm a hard dick guy. Hard dick's the way to go. Yeah, so people are one-topic voters, too. Like, you ask anybody why they're not voting for Trump, and the answer is because they don't like Trump. Like, oh, Trump's a dick. Trump's this and that. It's like, yeah, man, every politician sucks. For all time, forever. They'll never not suck. I always feel funny when I watch your podcast and stuff. Great episodes. And I always love the topics and stories people bring up. And I'm like, yeah, man, I'm going to do that. And then I get on here and I'm like, what if Trump was gay and blind? What would you do if you woke up tomorrow and you were black? Everybody else is like, this is how I overcome adversity.
Dude, imagine if you were my guest for the live episode. I don't know how that would
We
go.
get kicked out of the library. We get kicked out of the library.
You know what's funny is they didn't even ask me what we were going to be talking about. So I was like, what if we showed up and we're having a
Full clan suits.
The
No,
whole
no,
audience is also in.
No, wait. We get a whole black audience. We're in clear clan suits, and we're like, we're having a rally.
It's like, you guys don't censor this at all. You're just like David Saturday saying. I mean, I am guessing that the reason they probably didn't ask, I'm hoping, my faith is that they looked up the podcast, scrolled through the most recent 10 episodes, and were like, okay.
Yeah.
But I'm like, what if they did it? What if they were just like, you're going to pay us money to have a podcast here? And the podcast is called Why We Hate Jews? Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
Just give us our deposit, and
We're
good.
talking about the bagel guys. Isaac, go ahead and tell us about the pedophile rings. I'm like, the Jews! Just snap.
Dude, one thing I love about you is how much Thad loves you. He's been napping next to you. He's looking up at you. He wants to get in your lap. You don't have a dog, do you?
No,
Have you ever had a dog?
Oh, yeah. I grew up with like 5 of them.
Okay, that's why. He knows you're one of us.
Yeah, my mom would just bring home pets to my dad's dismay. Just showing up with a dog. He's like, fuck, Carrie. All right. I guess I'll have another bill. It is funny to not ask what the podcast is about before you're doing it in a public library.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to keep it pretty PG. And I was, because it's in an area where literally anyone the whole library will be able to hear it, which is part of the reason I chose it.
Are you going to let the audience ask questions?
No, I don't think so.
I was going to say, I'll ruin that for you. Just sit in the audience and be like, you're like, don't answer, don't click on him. No. I'm going to give my guests a warning. Do not let him answer.
Isaac, I love you, but I'm not letting you in.
Yeah, I got a question.
I already hit up all my ex-military guys that have been on the podcast and give them your picture and been like, I need free security and also don't let him in.
They're dragging me out. I was like, just yelling shit. Yeah. Just spelling it out as I leave.
I just wonder if the library is going to let me back when I let out like 8 of my huge laughs during the episode and I'm just disturbing the entire building. Yeah. They're going to be like, we're happy you're happy and you seem to have a good time, but also our readers were very disturbed.
What's even funnier is like, I know you're not this person. Like you have a plan, you have a guess. It would be funny if you were the type of guy to ask about this and think they'd say no and then they'd say yes and make no plans for your podcast and just have the audience and you're sitting up there and somebody's trying to read and you'll be like, what's that? What are you reading? Oh, no, we're doing a thing. What are you doing? Is that smut? Just asking random questions like, so you guys go to the Starbucks? Yeah, they're pretty cool over there. Keep it down. You're right. Sorry, there's a guy reading.
Have you been to the downtown public library?
Look at me. Have I ever stepped foot in anywhere that has more than 2 books in it?
All right, cool. So I want to show you this picture. I had 2 of them, but that's only one. Where'd the other one go? Fuck. I'll just have to look it up real quick. I've looked it up so many times. It should just be... Yep. There it is. All right.
I'm excited when this gets big enough and you start doing a Patreon that are paid episodes and I can really rattle off some shit. Oh, that's going to be cool.
Yeah, that's the room.
That's going to be cool as hell.
And then if you look up,
the staircase?
There's no ceiling. It's like an atrium, I think is the word, where you can see there's a bunch of stained glass hanging above us.
Oh, and the sunlight.
And you can see 5 floors up. And then the audience will get to see... Oh, man, where'd it go? Man, if I click on
Do you already know what your episode topic is going to be for the library?
Yeah. Oh, okay. This is what the audience will see.
Oh, that'll be super cool.
Yeah.
That's going to be super cool.
Yes and no. So me and him have already done an episode, and what I've been waiting for is just someone whose episode I liked so much that I'm like, you're the one.
Yeah. The chemistry's there. You want to do everything. Yeah.
And dude, we just had so much fun, and I loved what he brought to the table. So I don't want some of it we're gonna recover again, but we've also started like a Google Doc where both of us are just gonna jot ideas down into for the next 6 months, and then on like February 15th or something, like 2 weeks, we'll choose like, all right, which of these ideas do we want to talk about, which do we want to drop, and whatnot. And I'm also reading a book to prep myself for it called The Diary of a CEO, The 33 Laws of Business and Life. So I'm sure I'll pull a few ideas out of here. Yeah, even just doing some other little stuff like I told you about on the last episode to prepare myself is like trying to do this 30-day challenge of no porn and no jerking off. It's not going well so far.
Hard,
but like I would like to sometime between now and the event, I would like to hit that 30-day marker. So yeah, dude, we're talking about it, but the topics are not there yet. I just know Jack is awesome and I love him, and he's really smart and really articulate, and I can't wait to see where it goes.
Oh, it's going to be such a fun one. That'll be cool to see.
Are you going to come?
Yeah, I'm coming.
Fuck yeah.
Bring the old lady if she doesn't have a diabetic attack in the fucking episode. I love you, baby. I'm sorry. Your shit is annoying. No. But yeah, we're going to come hang out, say hi, see me in the audience. Like. Just looking at your audience, doesn't it? Who's that guy over there?
That's IKB.
It would be funny to come in like a full cloak. And I have like a pipe, and I'm like, ah, and you're like, oh, that's the spirit that haunts us.
That's the thing that turned on my Christmas lights that one year.
That's my Jewish demon. Or as my grandmother called them, alone.
Oh.
Shout out grandma, she's dead.
Oh, yeah, mine too.
Yeah, dead grandma is. Someone said this before. It's definitely not me, but it's like, it's weird. Like when somebody's grandma's died, you got to be like, my condolences. But it's like, that is what grandmas do.
That's what we all do.
Yeah, they die. Like eventually, we just die.
It was funny. One of my sisters pitched me. As you know, I have not talked to my dad in like, I don't even know how long it's been now. 14 years. I've lost count. Yeah. And so I also have not talked to his side of the family for that long. And so one of my sisters, God bless her heart, reached out to me the other day, and she's like, Grandma's going to go any day. Her Alzheimer's at an all-time high. She doesn't even know who we are when we're visiting. Are you going to go see her before she dies? And I'm like, you just told me she won't even know who I am. I'm not going to spend $1,000 to take a trip to visit someone that I haven't talked to in 14 years who won't even know I'm in the room. No, I'm not. And I could tell she was pissed. She was so like, I'm like, what are you? Get out of here.
You should have been like, am I in the will? And they're like, yeah, you're getting stuff. I'll be like, I'll be there for grandma.
That's true.
15%?
I'm not getting jack shit from that side of the
Yeah,
family.
what the fuck am I going in there for?
My sisters might, but no, I wrote myself out of that thing. Now, when my mom dies, I'm probably going to get all of it, because the running joke in my family is that David is the favorite sibling. He can do no wrong. He left the church. He was still mom's favorite. He came out of the closet. He was still mom's favorite. He abandoned mom and moved to Texas. Still her favorite.
Winners win.
Yeah. So when she dies, just brace yourself now, guys. You're not getting a pity. I'm getting all of it. You thought this joke was funny your whole lives, but who's laughing now, cunts?
Listen, dude, this is for me and my little brother. My little brother, by all means, at 22 is doing way better than 22-year-olds should be. Like, he's a finisher for concrete, and to be a finisher already at his age is insane. He didn't have to be a journeyman for that long. He didn't have to do any of this. So he's making like 32 an hour just finishing concrete, saving it up. He lives at home, so he's just racking up money. He could literally put a down payment on a house soon and just be like, that's it. I have a whole house now and a steady job. My mom's like, he's not working hard enough. He's fat. Like, this is just rattling off on my little brother. And then I'm like, yeah, I'm unemployed and I'm doing bar shows. And my mom's like, we're so proud of you. I always knew you could do it. I was like, really? Because I didn't fucking. It's just not. I'm waiting for them to be like, eventually this is going to run out. Like, it has to. There's no way.
Yeah.
I think once I hit 30, people are like, you're still doing that?
That's like my mom and my older sister. They are, I feel like moms and sisters, there's like a stereotype that like, you know,
They
the
hate each
daughters
other.
get it better together with the dad and the boys
Yeah.
like my mom and my sister have always butted heads and I've never got it. They will get upset. It'll be Christmas Day. Everyone's jolly. The gifts are abundant. The feasting is going down. And my sister will be like, "Mom, let me help you stir the gravy. Don't touch my gravy."
Yeah.
And then sister will get upset that mom just snapped at her, and then sister's off crying in the corner, and now mom's like, "Why is she fucking crying?"
Yeah. Dude. Listening to ladies bitch is insane. Some of the shit they'll like. That's what I think it is. This is going to sound. I'm going to go full misogynistic.
Please do.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm joking. Just a.
There's truth in jest, though.
If you ever notice when a dude gets mad at another dude, like let's say me and you were having this conversation, we're doing the podcast, I say something you don't like. You'll be like, I didn't like that. You'll breeze past it and just be like, didn't like that. If I do it again, maybe you approach me and you go, hey man, I don't like when you say that. You know, like I just don't like it. Now after you tell me that, the consumption, whether or whatever you want to call it, that we have is if I do that again, you're gonna hit me, and that's just the outcome. Like you say, like David's a pussy again to my face, I'm gonna punch you, and I'm gonna be like, we good? Like I'm not a pussy, I'll beat your ass, and we go, we're good. With ladies, like I'm not gonna call my girlfriend out, but we'll listen. Like when she talks about her like workplace drama, any girl you're dating talks about workplace drama. They go into like levels of like psyop shit that doesn't even make like it's like all pre-planned. Like this bitch is out to get me. Like you'll be like, oh, you know, we had this dispute, and now she took an off day on the same day that I took an off day, and I put my off day in 3 months before she put it, so she's doing it to spite me. And you're like, you don't think she just saw a day and was just like, oh, I want to try to have this day off and this, and like, no, she did it to do all. It's always just rattles down. Women are dumb bitches, and I hate them. No, I'm kidding.
I have this running joke with Tyler where wherever we say something negative about women, all I'll do is I'll look at him and be like, that's number 117, implying I have this like list of reasons of why I'm gay. And yeah, that would be like reason number 191. They're too. Well, two of my friends work at Sephora, and they don't talk about work that much. But I'm like,
ladies or men?
They're both ladies.
Okay.
But I'm like, man, that must be the worst place to work from my perspective, because I don't like drama. And when I think of a workplace where you're selling expensive name brand makeup, and all the employees are women and gay dudes, for the most part. 90% of the employees are women. I'm like, man, in fact, one of them, it's not my place to, I don't think she'd want me to say it on here. She did talk about work once, and that's why I don't assume it. I know it. I'm like, why didn't you just quit? She told me the story, and I'm like, I would have left.
Yeah.
But you powered through? Why?
Yeah, I think they like the suffering. I think they like it. Because anytime, when's a woman get mad at you is when they're telling you something that they didn't like, and then you try to go, well, do this. Because this is what I would do with, like, David, if I came to you and I was like, man, I just hate when I smoke cigarettes. I hate it. I hate myself smoking cigarettes. You'd come to me and you'd be like, well, hey, man, the logical thing to do is stop smoking cigarettes. And it's going to be hard, but these are steps you can take. They never want a solution.
Right.
They just want somebody to vent, and that's fine. But it's like, women are the worst friends to each other. I couldn't imagine being a woman. Like,
but it's funny. Yes, sorry, keep going.
No, it's just like, you know, if you get mad at me, there's never really a specific incident as a man gets mad at another man. You're just kind of like, you know, whatever you say, like, Isac's a pussy, he's a bitch, or like, he's a dick, or he's inconsiderate. Like, there's one thing, you're like, yeah, I just don't hang out with them. Women will hang out with people they fucking hate all the time, and then act friendly in front of, like, it's a, their psychological warfare games is like, I think they are smarter, and that's a detriment to them. Like, you can't just walk away. Like, as most dudes, like, ability to be like, I just don't care. Which always got me thinking about, like, you know, man-to-man relationships, because if you're both men, you both generally think like men. What really is the hiccups in a relationship that's not like normal relationship shit, like infidelity or like distrust or anything like that? Is there ever like a communication disconnect when you guys both communicate the same way? Because, you know, you'll hear a bunch of straight couples be like, it's just so hard. She's like, gets like this, and then I respond like this. She doesn't like that. We're two different people, this and that. But if you're both the same person dating each other, shouldn't every relationship kind of work out?
Sure.
Right? But it's like, then at that point, it's like, this is why I'm like, it would be so much better to be gay. I'd just be gay with my friends. Being gay with your homies might be the answer to 99% of the problems that we have.
Well, yeah, man. I mean, that's the thing is, like, when I think about, like, whoever my future boyfriend is, like, on our days off,
you're just friends.
If Sunday, it's a Sunday, neither of us are working. I have nothing planned for the podcast. We wake up, maybe we fool around a little bit. We get up. I make breakfast. He cleans it up. We take Thad to the park. We come back. We play some games. Yeah. We go to the gym together. We might not work out together. Maybe even we work out separately, but we go at the same time. And yeah, dude, he's just like my homie that I happen to fuck every night. Like,
yeah. Now imagine once a month he hates you for 2 weeks.
It's
for
like,
no reason.
It's like that story I told you on the way here. I don't want to talk about specifics, but like listening to that last night, I was just like, that wouldn't happen in Gayland, I don't think. We really do got it better than you do.
You do. And that's why I'm like, when your guys' relationships don't work, I'm like, you fucked up. Because on paper, this should be the dream team, top of the food chain. You guys should have, like, look down at gay people or straight people and be like, look at the breeders.
It's funny. The other day I was talking about, I forget what I was talking about something in gay world that I was frustrated about. I think it was basically just that, like, I can't find a guy that's my type. And Tyler was like, I have a challenge for you. And I thought he was going to say, you should take one of your friends that's straight that you're attracted to and try to turn them.
Yeah. Hilarious. Also, alpha move if you get them.
Yeah.
Just me waking up like, what the fuck? And you're like, gotcha.
Yeah.
No.
But no, his actual challenge, he was like, no, that would never happen. He was like, you should try to take a flamboyant guy that you're attracted to and turn him into like the manly man that you actually want. And I was like, dude, I don't think I'm up for that challenge.
Yeah, no.
Because one of my friends, Jack Shirley, in his episode brought up a gay point.
A gay point?
A gray point.
No, go on about the gay point.
He said, he was like, guys don't come out of their mother's womb talking like, oh my God, David.
No.
He was like, they have to self-learn that.
Yeah.
They have to self-learn to shake their butts when they walk. Everything that they do to make them the little twinkle toes that they are, they had to intentionally say, this is the man that I'm going to turn into. I was like, yeah, that's a good point. I've never really thought about that. So I told Tyler, I was like, I don't want to take something. I'm not up for the challenge of taking something that someone has spent the last 10 years doing, because the youngest I would date right now is 28. So it's 28 to 37 is my dating range. So if they're 28, let's go with the young age. If they came out when they were like 15, they've been practicing this, whoever they are,
damn
for
near
13 years.
You're not breaking that.
I'm not undoing that.
That sheer commitment and will. You had to wake up for 2 years and be like, yes, yes, yeah, yeah. Now I'm ready to start the day.
Can I tell you the gayest thing that happened to me recently? I'm an old man, so I have like a 10-minute stretching routine that I do before I start my workout. And the guy next to me was definitely gay. And he kept doing all these stretches that made literally no sense, that involved him sticking his ass up in the air.
I call this one the throat. And
I was just like, dude, stop. Your chances of me fucking you would increase by 100-fold if you were just like turned over, looked at me, and were like, hey man, can I take you out for coffee? You'd get a yes.
Yeah.
But now I despise you because you clearly just want to be fucked, and you're going about this in the most, what's the word I'm looking for?
Flamboyant way.
The most flamboyant way.
This is my point where it's like, I'm so sorry. It's when I talk to other people that are religious and they're like, I don't like gay. I'm like, do you hate gay people or do you hate queens? Because they're two. And I get them every time. I go, okay, you hate gay people. And they're like, yeah. I'm like, you like me? They're like, yeah, you're good to talk to. You're a normal dude and you present well. And I'm like, okay, I'm gay. Does that change anything in the conversation we're having? And they sit there for a moment. And they go, well, I don't like you're gay, but no, I couldn't tell you I'm like mad at you or hate you or anything. And I'm like, yes, because me being gay has nothing to do with us interacting. What's pissing you off is when a dude that's clearly a man is going around and purposely acting like the stereotypical version of why you hate gay people or why you hate this and that. And it's like, I've talked to multiple gay guys that cannot stand the queens that are like, they're like, I'm gay. I'm just trying to be gay. I want accepted. Leave me the fuck alone. And then they look at the rollerblade gays with the confetti that are like, I'm here to suck dick. And you're like, dude, we worked so hard to get to the point where we're like, we're people too. Stop fucking with us. And now you got a whistle and you're like, just going down the thing. It's like, dude, we'd hate straight people if they did that. If I just walked around and I had like nipple clamps on and I'm just like, I love pussy. I love it. You'd be like, this fucking breeder's unbearable.
Yeah. Dude, I don't think I've told you this, but one of a guy, his name was John, and he was in California, and we went on 2 dates. First one was an actual date. We went and got dinner or something. Second one, we went back to my house. He spent the night. The next morning, he rose out of bed, and he starts looking through my closet, and he's like, where are all of your clothes? Like, this is your closet? And I was like, yeah, that's my closet. And he's like, there's no crop tops. There's nothing rainbow. He was like, I'm going to take you shopping, and we're going to redo your whole closet. And I said, no, we're fucking not. Yeah. I said, I am wearing these socks because they're comfortable. I'm wearing these jeans because they show off my calves, and I'm wearing this shirt because I like the color and it shows off my arm. I'm not changing a thing about this. And he actually left angry and was like, I can't believe that you're betraying your own people. And I'm like, I'm betraying? Listen, man, that closet is a representation of everything that I find comfortable, interesting. That is me.
Yeah.
And that was an eye-opening moment for me about gay culture and maybe like why I'm still single is like, if you take John's opinion and project it on all the gays, he actually thinks that we have like an obligation to make sure that what we're wearing, the world knows as soon as they look at me that I'm gay. And I'm like, I'm not closeted. I'm not hiding myself. I'm just very comfortable in this outfit.
I have no obligation to anybody.
No, I don't have to do what you want. I'm doing what I want, and you should do what you want.
Yes.
And if you want to wear a crop top, and I'm obviously still interested in you because you just spent the night, like, I like you, and I'm okay with being around you, but I'm not going to dress like you just because I'm gay. I'm going to dress like how I want to dress. And that was such a frustrating moment because that was when I was early on in being gay. So like all my Christian friends had just left and been like, fuck you. And now I'm trying to find like my new identity in gay culture. And that happened. I'm like, I don't fit in here either. Yeah. Fuck me. I thought this would be easy.
It's just, dude, it's people want to overcomplicate or like the character of who you are doesn't have to be a representation of you because that's only one side of you. David being gay is not David's whole personality. You being gay has nothing to do with the person David is. You're just like, I like putting my penis in male butt. I'm like, sick, man. What else do you do? You're like, I don't know. I like carving sticks and fucking doing the people always get in like, anytime they get involved in anything where there's like comedy, like I know, gay culture, video games and all that, they always make this thing that they associate happiness with as their whole identity. And I'm always like, dude, why? Just because you like something doesn't mean that that has to be your entire identity. Your identity is the person that's doing the thing. If you like rock climbing, it doesn't make you a rock climber. You're just David who likes to rock climb.
Right.
Unless it's your career. If you're a rocker, yeah, for sure. There's no career with gay. You don't like... There is no... It sounds shitty. There is no real gay culture in the sense of like... There's no pre-established history of like the gays built the fucking pyramids.
Right.
You guys are just gay. You're just normal people that build houses and fucking pave roads and fucking sell shit online. You just happen to be gay. It's not like it's on your own, like you have to be recognized. I have to be able to single you out as gay. Where's the pride in that? Like, to be singled out, isn't the whole point to not be singled out? The whole argument is, I'm gay, I'm still you. but then everybody wants to be singled out all the time. Like, I still want, special treatment. Like, white people did it for 100 years. Well, we're all the same, but white people are better. Why? Well, because we're better. We want to be better. Oh, all black people are the same as white people and everybody else, but we're, like, cooler and we have more culture than white people. It's always this game of, like, we're all the same, but I'm a little bit different. It's like, no, man, we all suck equally. We all blow ass the entire time. Yeah. If you're racist and you don't like black people and you stay in your little small town where there's no black people and you go to your shitty job at the mill and you go back to your trailer and you drink beers and you watch Shaq on ESPN and you go, and then you go to bed. Are you really hurting anybody? No, I don't like you, but you're not hurting anybody.
Yeah.
Same with the black Israelites that are on 6th Street in Austin that are like, all the white man does is take, and then they shout their thing, and they're allowed to do it, and then they all go home, and everything's fine. I was like, yeah, those guys get to do that. I'm just so confused by people's ability. Like, everybody wants to be special, and then they all want to be treated the same. And then at the same time, they want to be able to police people while also saying they're better than other people. I was like, you can't have all these things. It's either everybody's equal, and we don't give a fuck about anybody. I don't care David's gay. I don't care that that person's trans. I don't care that you like shoving raw chicken up your ass.
It was their vagina, but yeah, close enough.
Couldn't care. Do it in your house and leave me the fuck alone. Yeah. You paying your taxes? Great, man. I'll see you at work tomorrow. I don't give a shit. If everybody cared all the time, we'd get nothing done.
I've wondered what it would have been like to live when Alexander the Great. Wait, is that the guy that like was the conqueror? Alexander? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I watched a documentary on him, and I butchered that word, but that's okay. Yeah. Moving past it. He had sex with males, but one of the things the doc was saying was that there was no word for it. So no one was ever like, "Oh, Alex the Great is bi,"
it wasn't gay.
Or "Alex the Great is gay." It was, those words weren't invented yet. So it was just like, "Oh, he saw that guy, he found him attractive, and he fucked him." And no one cared. It'd be like if I told you, "Oh, it was sunny when you got here, but it's raining now." You'd be like, "Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, great, man. You can see shit."
And I'm just like, man, what would that have been like to have lived in that time period where it wasn't this big controversy? It was just like, "Oh, David fucked a dude last night. Fuck yeah, good for my dog scored." Yeah. Hell yeah.
The biggest conversation would be like, "I like pussy way more. I don't know why. I guess it's pretty sick." Like that's my point with the whole thing. It's like, if you really look at it, we're all just the same shitty creature. Yeah. All we do is fuck up. There's not one thing. We do one thing good, it's 10 things bad. It's like, hey, we made penicillin. This treats STDs. Why do we have STDs? Because we can't stop fucking.
Yeah. You know what's funny? My high school, there were so many people fucking different people that there were so many STDs that they didn't do blood drives at our school because they couldn't use the blood.
Crazy.
Isn't that awesome?
Crazy. Fucking nuts. You're like, these children are fucking, and we can't stop them from fucking.
It's funny because I only spent 1 year at that high school. It was a public high school. I was in a private Christian school, preschool through second, homeschooled 3rd grade through 7th grade, back in the private school 8th grade through junior year. And I remember the summer between my junior year and my summer year, we were at our friend the Barnes' house, and Jan Barnes, I love this woman to death. She asked me if I was excited for my senior year, and I was like, honestly, no. And I suspected I was gay, but even I didn't know because I lived in such a sheltered religious household. I was like, I could be straight, but like that guy is really hot. And I was like, Jan, yes, I am excited for senior year. It's only because I'm sick and tired of being called a faggot and getting jumped in the bathroom and being the last one picked in PE. And high school has been the worst experience. I've always wanted to go to a public high school, but my parents won't let me, and it's miserable. Yeah. And I didn't realize that Jim, her husband, Jim Barnes, was in the next room listening. So fast forward 3 hours, and we're all at dinner. And Jim Barnes, he's one of those guys that he almost never speaks. He's very quiet. But when he speaks, he either commands respect or he's hilarious. Like, he's just like, he's wisest man that I've ever met. And in the middle of dinner, Jim is like, he looks at my dad, whose name is Steve, and he's like, Steve, why are you forcing your son to go to the most horrible school where he's getting called names and he's being bullied and he's being picked on, and they start fighting.
Yeah.
And so Jim is like, kids, will you leave the table? So all of the kids go, and we pretend like we go upstairs, but when we stay at the bottom of the staircase so we can hear how the conversation goes. And Jim is just laying into my dad about, like, get your son the fuck out of that school.
Yeah.
So we were leaving their house. They lived in Oregon. We lived in California, and we would go up to the Barnes' house every summer for about a week and hang out with them. So fast forward 3 days, we're driving back home, and my dad just says from the front seat, he's like, well, David, first thing when we get home that you need to do is figure out how to enroll in Folsom Public High School. And I was like, thank God. Thank you, Jim. Thank you. So senior year, got to go to the public high school. And I remember I was in the bathroom taking a shit, and one of my friends was in the next stall over smoking some weed. And I'd never smelled weed, and I know nothing about drugs because I'm so ignorant. So we get out of the bathroom. I forget his name. I could see his face as I'm telling this story. But we're washing our hands, and I was like, John, were you doing drugs in there? And he sort of laughs just like you did. And he laughs.
Are you smoking the marijuana?
And he was like, yes, David, I was doing drugs. And I was like, John, you're my friend, and I love you. So I'm going to be praying for you. And John just sort of chuckles again, and he's like, David, you're a good dude.
Dude, I know you walked away from that too, like, I saved his soul.
I'm gonna save his soul.
He's gonna turn his life around right now. Meanwhile, just being high after I just ripped the fucking joint in the bathroom, like, school fucking blows. Walking out and just seeing you and be like, okay. You're like, you forgive me? Okay. Just being so high while you're like, I'm gonna pray for you. I'd be like, yo. Dude, I would have been in class trying not to laugh. Just teachers how.
You see me over at my desk. I'm like, my hands are clasped, and I look at you, and I'm like, I got you.
Yeah.
I'm praying.
Send it up to J-Man. Dude, I stole this weed from my parents. Like,
you stole too, John.
Yeah.
I'm going to be praying hard. It's theft and drugs? This is not a good path you're on.
Jonathan, was that drugs? And he's like, yeah.
I loved how you smirked because he did the same thing. He's like, this idiot just asked me, are you doing drugs in the bathroom?
No shit. No shit I'm doing. It's pure innocence. Pure innocence on your part to do it.
Oh my God.
You're such a your young ass was a stick. That's drugs. I know drugs when I smell them.
Probably went home and told my mom. I was like, public school is
Yeah.
so cool.
Yeah.
Someone was doing drugs in the bathroom next to mine. She's like, I knew we should have let you go out of the private. I'm like, Mom, John's nice. He's never made fun of me. He just does drugs every now and then.
He just hates school and smokes weed in the bathroom all the time. You could have. He probably thought you were gonna ask for some, and you were like, "I'll pray for you." And
Willie threw him off. He's like, what?
just washing his hands, like, "Okay, see you around, bud." You proud of yourself, like.
I did a good I came to the school full of sinners. I'm just catching them in their sin left and right. I'm gonna pray for all of them.
He's like, "You'll pray for me," and you're like, "Yep." And you're like, "By the way, I'm not gay." And you're like, it's so funny. It's
my belly actually hurts a little bit from that one.
yeah, dude. I remember smelling the first time in like middle school weed in the bathroom and shit. Yours was a lot cooler than mine. I knocked on the door and was like, can I have some? And it was like a bunch of cool black kids, and they just laughed at me, and I left. Very sad times. Yeah, I realized most of my lessons I've learned in middle school into high school before I got homeschooled was just like black people laughing at me and then me realizing what I was doing was weird. Every time.
Yeah, that was another thing that I almost think my parents, all the parents of that private school did that was a disservice to us, is it was a school full of white kids. So when I got to the public high school, we had everyone. Yeah. Every skin color, and dude, one thing that was cool was at the private Christian school was like 300 kids. Everyone was mean to each other. Everyone was like fucking each other. It like literally not like fucking each other over.
Yeah, like fuck, yeah.
And it was just like the small little gossip community of white people. And when I got to Folsom High, it was like I was just like, oh my God, this is so cool. There's 3,000 people at that school. My graduating class was, I think, 800 or 900 people. And people were just normal. Like it was cool, like seeing John smoke weed in the bathroom and making friends with, like, I met other gay people. I was like, whoa. Yeah, because before that, I almost thought like they didn't exist. That's part of what made it so scary. So then when I went to a school where there was like multiple gay dudes, I was like, wow, there's others out there.
It has to be a blast too. Because, I mean, everybody find their group like that. But that's my thing is, like, private schools and, like, religious schools and things, I think are accidentally creating what I call innocent racism. Where it's, like, people that have just truly never interacted with somebody that's not white from this certain social class. And then you meet them and you're like, oh, they're racist and they don't understand. I was like, dude, I legitimately don't think they have the faculties to even, like, consider this as racism to them.
Yeah.
They're just like, oh, yeah, black people live in the poor part. And you're like, what the fuck did you just say? Like, yeah, they're poor. And you're like, no. And like, well, I don't understand. I've never seen them. It's like, yeah, you go to a multi-million-dollar school. Like, no one's ever seen you. The fuck? That's why I was like, you have to. It sounds shitty because you know it's like a double-edged sword with kids. You know sending them to public school or to like any situation where it's like a mixing pot of anybody, just different people, you're going to get exposed to as much shit you shouldn't get exposed to as shit that you should get exposed to.
Right.
You should be exposed to the kid that's weird and it's like no one likes, and you should be able to talk to him and be like, oh yeah, he's just awkward. Or like, oh yeah, you know, I can distinguish like between people that are just doing bad things for bad shit and people that are, you know, this isn't. It helps you learn like there's grays to everything. Nothing's black and white. Very rarely are people fully evil. They're usually just a person thinking they're doing the right thing, whether it's not to you or somebody else. It's like you have to have that.
You know, one of the coolest moments related to the podcast was when this kid at my gym, his name is, I won't say his name because of the story I'm about to tell, but he's like 19 or something, and he comes over to me and he's like, dude, I have the best podcast guest for you. And he grabs my arm, my forearm, and he just starts walking me to the other side of the gym. And he was like, I want to introduce you to my uncle. He just got out of X amount of years in prison for murdering someone.
Red flag number one.
And so he walks me up and he's like, David, this is Jim, this is David. All right, you guys talk. He's like, David has a podcast and he wants to interview you. I'm like,
never said that, but that's fine. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, go ahead.
What was funny about Jim was I have a couple friends back on the West Coast who are in AA, and they talk about how like the people who stick to the program are typically the people who hit a rock bottom and they had to find some solution. Jim was like the coolest person I've ever met. Like, I don't know if you've met someone, but within 3 minutes, just instinctually, you're like, this is a good dude. And it's funny it was cool, dude, to like meet someone who literally just spent a portion of his life in prison for murdering someone. But during that time in prison, his life had such a turnaround that my gut reaction was like, oh, I would have you on the podcast.
Yeah.
He even made a joke that was sort of funny. He was like, you know, I don't think I'm going to come on because if someone's thinking about killing someone, they're not going to fire up a podcast to help them determine if they should or should not do
you
it.
get that shit done.
Yeah.
You get that shit done.
Yeah. It's like, that's a good point, Jim.
All right, Paul, I gotta use the bathroom right quick. I'm
Me
sorry.
too. Go for it.
We can stop whenever, but I'm having a blast.
I'm
This
having
is
a
going
blast,
fun.
too.
Okay, cool. But I think you remember Zeke.
Yeah.
Oh, I got stories for you, but I'll go on to your prison one you were telling about. I grew up. My dad was in and out of the prison system my entire life, like in and out of incarceration and shit. And growing up with somebody whose dad spends a lot of time locked up, like you learn certain shit about the prison. And my dad wasn't in anything crazy. He wasn't in like federal prison where it's like fighting for your life and shit. He was usually in normal prison levels to low security shit. And you hear like lessons he's learned in life and like how they go about things, and it's hand to God some of the funniest shit I've ever like heard in my entire life, especially from like my piece of shit drug father. But like, dude, he would talk about like,
Can you sit? Sorry.
hell yeah, Thad. No, that's cool. I had to watch that. But like, listen to stories of him like just functioning in the prison and like how things run is like some of the funniest shit. Like the weird rules they have about things, and like one of them, like you can never take something for free. If something's given to you, you're paying for it. And like that can be interpreted in any way you want to interpret, like whether you owe me money or your
Don't drop
body.
the soap
Yeah.
tonight.
You're a sweet butt. Like, and just hearing like some of the stories about shit, like it does get immediately segregated by race. No one likes to talk about that, but that's just how it goes. If you're white and you're not like one of the things he said, like you trying to be like Christian or like in the middle or Sweden in prison is not flying. Like you don't go by yourself. You go by yourself, you're getting abused. Doesn't matter. You have to click up or make friends with somebody. That doesn't mean you have to be like full Nazi white swastika thing, but you're making friends. You keep to your own and you don't fucking deviate at all. There's very strict rules about that. But one of the ones that make me laugh the hardest is there's a very small Asian population in prison. Very small. Most of the time, the Asian dudes go with the Mexicans, and they do the same shit the Mexicans are doing, to the point where it's like how you imagine it when I tell you in your head. Like the Mexican's like, "Hey, vato," and it's just the Asian guy like, "Hey, vato." The exact same. Like, hey, it's here, fucking bow. They do the same shit, and it's like, yeah, that shit. Like, they'll do all that. Like, you hear stories about so this is fucked up. You know how you get a rape kit? It's not just from rape. The main borderline to get a rape kit, if you put in, because you have to request one if it happens to you, is it has to be human forever discharge on an orifice. That's how they categorize a rape kit. So you have to admit that you're like, I have cum in my butt or whatever that is. So a thing that'll happen to like humiliate dudes is like, this is so fun. They'll beat the fuck out of you and then just like spread your cheeks and spit on your ass. So like when the cops get you, they have to ask if you want to file a rape kit, because if you file a rape kit, your family gets notified immediately. So that's why you hear a lot about prison rape and the families never know about it, because the only way for them to know is you have to go snitch, and then it's on your record. Your family gets notified. Most of the time, nothing happens, so your family just knows you got raped in prison. Like, so most dudes obviously don't do it.
Right.
But it's so funny to beat the fuck out of a dude and spit on his ass. And then he has to sit in front of the cops and be like, I wasn't raped. And they're like, sure. But I don't know what that was like, just imagining like, rape's not funny. Rape's not funny.
Just the fact that you had to say that is a sentence I've never heard.
Rape's not funny, but to imagine a dude getting raped in Missionary is pretty hilarious. Like, if you were raping me and I'm in missionary, and you're just doing that thing where you like push your hand out on my head, so I can't reach you when I'm swinging.
Yeah.
And just me being like, quit fucking me in the ass, dude. Stop. Just quit. My dick's going like that. I'm not gonna come. You're gonna come. That's fucked up. That was making me laugh. I'm sorry. This prison rape is so funny. Every dude that's in prison will rape a dude and be like, it's not gay though, it's prison. I'm like, no, it's just gay in a different location. Like that's dude. Whatever. This was leading into Zeke somehow. Oh.
You can just real quick. It's funny that, in thinking of the origin of your and my friendship.
Yeah.
And in that moment in the first podcast where you looked up the podcast on your way here.
Yeah.
And you were like, fuck, David may have made a mistake.
Yeah.
And you are the first person that has been back 4 times.
Yeah.
Of all the
Maybe I don't hate the gays. Actually, when you get to know them. Nah, dude, I felt bad because it was like, dude, I'm just a guy. Like, I'm your most average dude ever. Everything I think's average. Like, it's just like, yeah, I'm cut of the mill Midwest. Like, duh. And then I go on to pods where people like dude, till I was 25, I didn't think about like, up until like literally the past 25, 3 years, like I've never thought about like how a table was made. Like, and this shit trips me out, and it's just normal shit to people. Like the chair, the table, the laptop, the microphones, the stands, everything was designed by humans. How many humans it took to make this, who knows? 20. Somebody to make the blueprints, somebody to put the screws, somebody to do the metal. That shit trips me out. Like, to be like, there's depth to everything. Like, I've never thought about depth before. Like, up until 25, like, I never thought about, like, women's rights. I never thought about, like, the struggles of gay people or black people. I just cruised through life. Like, yeah, the cops hate black people, and gay people go to hell. And I just plowed through life, dude.
It's just truths.
Yeah, just straight facts, never any. I like mac and cheese because it tastes good, and I just kept moving. And then I hit 25, and like the blinders came out, and my fucking frontal cortex fully exposed, and I was like, gay people can be sad too. Maybe these hookers and strippers are people with history and stories. Like, never thought about it. So now I get pinged with life, especially getting homeschooled for the majority of high school. Like, all the interactions and depth people think of, like, everything I've learned is, like, completely off course. Not the, like, you learned about history, and you learned about, like, in 1942, the Germanic people voted in socialism, and socialism led in this, and you learned the whole steps that got to the Nazi party, or whatever. That's not how I learned shit. My mom, the way I was homeschooled is my mom took the online curriculum that my school offered. So I do all the same homework. I do all the same tests. Now, the only thing she was in charge to was how I got to those equations and how I got to those answers. That's it. That's the only thing on her. So the test is the same. I'm doing the same SAT. I'm doing the same history test. But my mom would be like, this is what we're learning in math. For one instance, I couldn't figure out fractions. I couldn't do fractions. I sucked at them.
Hate those.
Yeah, my mom. I didn't pass. My mom was like, you'll never do a job with fractions. I know you. This will never be a concern for you. Let's just forget about fractions. History, dude. My mom would put me in front of the computer before I went, like, because I'd go do normal classes at the school too, like shop and auto tech. And my mom would put me in front of the computer. She'd click on Alex Jones, and my history class for 2 hours was watching InfoWars for Alex Jones every day. Every day I'd watch that for history. So I'd go to, like, automotive tech, and the kids would be talking about, like, what they learned and how they learned about, like, they remember when they were kids and 9/11 happened, but they really didn't understand it. They were too young. And now they're learning about it. And people would be like, yeah, you learned about 9/11? That's crazy. And I was like, yeah, I know. It's crazy how the demon Jews came and dropped on the towers. And they'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I'd be like, oh, shit, my bad. Obama's the Antichrist? That's my whole life. So I'm just now learning shit normal people do. Like, I'm blowing my shit. Like, I was like, do you know they built the Eiffel Tower? Because it was like an art project. And they're like, yeah, it's like common. I was like, dude, I just thought the Eiffel Tower was always there. Like the pyramids. I just thought, and that's the tower. Like, I've never thought depth about shit. So then I hear people's stories and, like, watch your podcast. I'm like, man, it's so cool. There's, like, other people. It's almost narcissistic when I'm like, there's other people that, like, think like I think and have depth to think. I never thought of that. I thought I was the only person, and I'm 28. I was like, I'm the only one that has thoughts in their head. I am the chosen one.
As have you met Clementine?
I know of him. The comic?
Yeah.
Yes.
I remember one comment he made on his podcast. It was like, man, you want another one of those?
No, I'm fine.
He was like, man, he said something. I was like, you're a little bit of a narcissist, aren't you? And he was like, dude, comedians, podcasters, like anyone that's doing some sort of career that's being on stage, you have to have a little narcissism. Like whether it's 5%, 20, 50, like it might be different. But
you
like,
have something.
You have a little bit.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
Yeah, we're sitting in front of cameras and lights.
Yeah.
And, like, of course, there's a little.
People want to hear what I'm talking about. People care what I have to say. It's so narcissistic. And I know where mine stems from, is I grew up my mom was a child of a family of 6, and I was the first kid. So I was like the trainer baby for everyone. So the way I'd get attention was like we'd be at my grandma's house. All my aunts and uncles would be there, all in the living room, and they're all talking like adults. I'm the only kid. You want to feel involved. So I'd go and I'd do shit to be like, pay attention to me.
Like what?
Like, oh, dude, I
knock a vase off the shelf.
My big one that I do for years, and my mom had to stop me as I got older, is because when I was younger, it was hilarious. I'd walk up with my diaper, and I'd just drop my diaper. And the people were like, oh, shit, his dick's out. And they're like, that's so funny.
Man, you were meant to be a comedian.
So I did that for years. And, like, when you're younger, when it's, like, 6 to 9, people are like, then you hit like 11 and you're like, and people are like, fucking, what are you doing? And I'm like, oh, shit. Oh, my bad. Oh.
You know what my sister Beth would do? If she was upset about something when she was little, she would run like 5 to 10 feet away and then throw herself on the floor and start like bawling, but then she would stop crying for a minute and look up to see if any of us were looking at her, and if none of us were paying attention to her, she would just start crying harder. It's like, oh my God, what a drama queen. What are you doing?
Dude, I learned early if I was younger and I came up and I was like, my heart hurts. Like everything would stop and everybody would be like, what's going on? How can we help you do this? So I would just be like almost a hypochondriac in the sense. Or I'd be like in my room, I'd play with a toy and like a Lego break off and hit me in the hand, and I'd be like, okay. And then I'd walk up to my family in the front room and be like, every time I close my hand, I black out. People are like, what? It stopped. So as I got older, it was like crying wolf shit where I just, hey, this happened. My mom would be like, shut up. So I had to do more and more performative things. And that's where I think mine stems from. And I think most comedians are like that too. I think podcasters are like it too. You did something performative as your younger years to get attention that led you to where you are now.
I could probably speculate on what it was I was a damn good piano player, and I was played for a church of about 600 people, and like yes, if I'm being honest, I did love the attention because afterwards people would come up. The band was good. We were what you think about Christianity, set that aside for a second. We were like a group of 10 talented singers. Tina had the voice of an angel, and Carlos played the shit out of the drums, and Austin was like one of the best bass players I've ever met. Dude, it was some damn good music, and we would put on a show every Sunday morning twice. And seeing a room full of 600 people where like half of them have their hands up and a third of them are crying their eyes out because of whatever shit they're going through, and they connected with this song because of why. Like, dude, you felt like I had an adrenaline rush going
Yeah.
through my body, especially when people after the service would come up to us and shake your hand and be like, "Thank you so much for ushering God's presence today." And I was like, "Yeah, I ushered in God's
Yeah.
presence. That's right, you sinful motherfucker."
This little gay boy.
You thought gays
Brought
were
God
good
to
for
you.
nothing? You met God today because of me, motherfucker.
You're up there like, ah! And they're like, he feels the Holy Spirit. And you're like, dick. Dude, it's all like, that's what I'm saying. Life's super simple. It's just like, you like this? Yeah. Does it make you feel good? Yeah, that's it.
One of
That's the whole
my
thing.
one of my favorite stories. You were saying something a minute ago that made me. Oh, when you were telling your family story, either last Christmas or maybe 2 Christmases ago. You know, at this point, my oldest sister, she's the only like still Christian kid who's still going to church, still reads her Bible.
One made it through.
Yeah, still like does her volunteer work. Like she's like your ideal Christian woman looking for a Christian man, and like she's doing the Christian thing, right? And then you have me who's told my family like I'm agnostic, I'm gay, like so we all get home for Christmas last year and we're sitting down for Christmas dinner, and my mom, because I'm the favorite, says, "David, would you say grace over this meal?" And Melissa goes, "Are you fucking kidding me? He's a gay agnostic." I loved how upset she got
You're like-
that I was the one that was asked to pray for the meal. And she was just so pissed. She's like, "Why? He doesn't even believe in God."
This guy loves cum. The fuck? It is hilarious. Though. And they're like,
I'm her favorite.
I think it's something to be said for authenticity. Like, she wants it too bad.
Yeah. And then I started off the prayer because we had a very mixed group. We had some of my siblings had like partners that had never been there before. And so now after we moved past Melissa's outbreak, I'm like, shit, I don't know, like, who here could be offended by this? So I start the prayer and I say, "Dear Jesus," or whatever deity you might believe in, and just the gasp at the table. And I look up, and half the table was laughing, and the other half the table was just looking at me like, "What the fuck are you doing? Whatever deity? This is a Christian home. We believe in God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit, period." I was like, I'm just trying to be respectful.
Oops.
I'm just trying to bring a little DEI to the table.
Sky Daddy. Sky Daddy.
Oh my God.
It's so funny, dude. Just to try to tiptoe on the line in a fucking to be in your clearly right wing house and be like, we have to be open minded. Boy, I knew you were gay. I didn't know. Oh, fuck, man.
I know you believed in other deities.
Yeah. Dude, I've had, growing up big family, I've had, like, we didn't have anybody, or I have assumptions, but I won't go into it. Like, anybody in our family
Go
that's
into it.
outwardly gay or outwardly against whatever my grandparents were originally pushing when we did, like, Thanksgiving and all that with them. And, like, I had 13 cousins. Like, it was a
Holy cow.
big-ass family. And there'd be, like, 28 people all in this tiny little house. And they'd always do, like, the prayer dinner table thing. And every time it would just divulge in. We only had one uncle that was outwardly atheist, who's actually doing the best out of everybody. outwardly atheist. And they would start the prayer, and every time you could see him at the table, like, holding the hands with people. Just hand in hand, sitting next to my aunts or my uncles, and you just see him look around when the prayers start, like, and just wait. And they'd say something, and he'd be like, look right at my mom and be like, Carrie, where was God for you when you got pregnant with Isaac too early? just watch it snap a table. My mom be like, what the fuck did you just every single time. Dude, it's the funniest shit to watch families like fall apart over what they believe. It's
Yeah.
So that's what I think a true family is everybody's like, everything has to be healthy and like this and that. I was like, dude, a true family is dysfunctional as shit. Like everybody should like secretly hate each other to an extent.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
But you all love each other so much that you just deal with the hate. Where you're like, oh, these motherfuckers.
Yes.
But it's her birthday.
Dude, that in some senses, like, that is our family. We're not, like, we are not the picture perfect family. Like, I went to New York to see my sister, and I think I stayed there for 5 days. And the first 4 days went really well. And then at the end of the night on the last day, like, we got in a fight. And, like, that's just what we do. I feel like me and my sister, with her being super Christian and me being who I am, the thing that happened was we were shopping in Little Italy. And there is this one store where it was a Christmas store, Isaac. It was a Christmas store.
Yeah.
They
Festive.
were open in the middle of April, and all they sold was anything you would want related to Christmas.
Yeah.
Well, one of the walls was a bunch of gay ornaments. So it was like buff dudes and
Hilarious.
thongs. And so I'm looking at it, and I'm just like, I'm laughing at it, but I'm also like, I sort of want to buy one of these. Like, this is just ridiculous. But like, and so my sister comes over, and she sees the wall, and she like looks at it for a second, and she's like, "Ah, this is disgusting. And so I take that personally. I'm like, oh, disgusting. So I am disgusting.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, it's just a wall of gay ornaments. Like, you live on planet Earth. You are gonna see, like, anyways.
Clearly, I don't want to see two dudes fuck on Christmas. It's just hilarious to see it on an ornament.
But yeah, dude, that is our family. Is like, all of my siblings and me have butted heads over religion, gay stuff. I've never liked my brother's wife. He's got pissed at me because I make it obvious I'm not the biggest fan of her.
But
Like,
my point isn't that true love?
I think so. Yeah.
I think it's the truest form of love to be like, no, I disagree with 99% of what you say, but I love you so much that I'll be like, yeah, I still want you in my life. Like, sure, we're not going to be best friends that hold hands and skip down the road, but it's like, I wish nothing bad upon you. You just happen to be a homophobic bigot, and that's fine.
Yeah, I still spend the bulk of my extra cash goes to two things: traveling to see family and the podcast.
Yeah.
So what does that say about me?
Yeah, you love it. It's genuine, pure love. That's what I think people get confused is they think love has to be like
Everything's perfect.
everything's perfect, there is nothing wrong. It's like, no, then it's not love. It's just a fantasy.
I guess we don't love each other because we've never fought.
Yeah, no, well,
Eventually, we'll disagree on something.
yeah. I don't like that you don't have hair. Animal.
I didn't choose this, bitch.
I was born this way. It's like, yeah, dude, it's dumb. It's just, why does it matter? That's my biggest thing is I like being funny on here, but like I get pissed off at people that are religious because they always try to be the judge, and the whole Bible tells you you're not the judge. It's the whole point of the thing.
Yeah.
It's like, stop judging people. You have no idea what it.
That's a good
Let's
point,
he
Isaac.
without sin cast the first stone. None of you can do it. I can't blame you for this when it's like at the same time I'm gooning to like two fucking 40-year-olds making out. That's sinful. That's not family values. That's me being like, oh shit, tits. Like, it's just dumb. It shouldn't matter. It should just be like, oh yeah, I believe in this. You believe in that? And you're like, no. And I'm like, all right, I'll see you at work.
Yeah.
Like, well, I guess he prays to the west, and I get Whataburger and go, thank you, Jesus.
Yeah. Amen, brother.
Yeah.
I got a big family Thanksgiving story for you.
No.
My buddy Tim Hester has 13 siblings, 11 that were naturally born from mom and dad, 2 that were adopted. Why they felt the need to adopt 2 more, not my business.
I'm shooting blanks.
Yeah. But by the year before I left for Austin, he was like, you want to come to our family's house for Thanksgiving and meet the group? It's about 100 people. It's like, I guess.
I'll come to your cult. Yeah.
Yeah. They live on a ranch in the middle of nowhere too, which
Cult.
was crazy. But Tim's dad is passed away, and so his mom is sort of like the matriarch of the family. And of the 13 kids, they've all got married for the most part and have started having kids. And then of that line of generation, they've got married and started having kids. So that's how the families got so big. But we were at dinner on the first night there. I think I stayed for like 3 nights or something. I don't remember. But Thanksgiving's huge for them. You can invite anyone and everyone. It's an open house. They have a bunkhouse that's literally just bathrooms and bedrooms, so they can fit a shit ton of people comfortably. And at the first night at dinner, his mom, who's 96, She comes over and sits down across from me at the table at one point, and she was like, well, David, Tim told me he was bringing his gay friend with him, but he didn't say how attractive he is.
Yeah.
And after my husband passed 10 years ago, my bed has been feeling sort of cold and lonely lately.
Grammy's making her move. Grammy wants the dust knocked off.
And she said something. She was like, you sure you don't like cougars?
Yeah.
I was just like, dude, it was hilarious. I was just like, what are you? No, this is no world.
My pussy's like a good pair of shoes. They're broken in.
You ever try to break through a brick wall? You want to try tonight?
Yeah. This shit's re-tightened over the years. Fucking his grandma would have been a power move, though.
We come out of the same bedroom the next morning.
You're smoking a cigarette, like... I put it in her ass. She loved it. That's what I'm saying. Old people are way too horny.
She's a cool lady. Like, that's pretty cool that a 96-year-old who I would assume is, sort of old school in her beliefs is like, I don't care that he's gay.
I can flip him.
He's hot, and I want to fuck him.
Yeah. You ever had a gummy? I can take these dentures out.
Oh.
You're like, oh. Oh, man, dude.
Give me the tea on Zeke. What's going on there?
So Zeke's moved out. Shout out Zeke. He will watch this. He watches everyone that you post. And then he's like, story time on there? But Zeke's over in, I got to show you. I'll pull this up while I'm telling this. So Zeke's over there. He's coaching wrestling right now for a high school team. He's a D1 wrestler, so he's coaching that.
For the record, Zeke, I miss you.
Yes,
and I hope you're well.
And he's been doing good. He's been doing comedy out there. He's been doing the wrestling. But first, here's the freeze frame of Zeke body chucking a 30-year-old man. Go ahead and get in on that. He's going to love every second of this.
Zeke is the one with his back to it,
yes.
Obviously. Dude, your back muscles? Holy shit.
I know. Boy's gotten big. Now, here's...
Oh, my God.
That's the freeze frame of it. So here's the fucking... Hold on. Here's the video of him doing it. Let me make sure this is the right one. Okay, cool. This is it. Let me turn this back. All right, click play whenever you want. That's him throwing the dude down.
Oh, he's fast.
Yeah.
Oh, he's strong. Oh, my God.
That's our big boy. Shut up.
Boom!
Yeah.
Wow!
Now, I'm talking to him about this. We're catching up. He's like, I'm doing the wrestling thing. I'm doing all this. He sends me this, and you know exactly how he sounds, so I'm going to do my best impression of him. But he sends me that video, and he's like, did you see the video I sent? And I was like, yeah, I saw it. He's like, did you see how I threw him? And I'm like, yes. He's like, go back and watch it. I'm watching it on the phone. He's giving me play-by-plays like it's ESPN. And he's talking about, so what you guys don't know is he like picks this dude up, and he slams him like you can imagine most wrestling is. And if you watch the video like you saw, Zeke slams him so hard, but he's still a small guy.
Yep.
So he's like, I bounced when I slammed him. I was like, you bounced off this grown man? He's like, yeah, I bounced. And like, if you watch the video and like show it, the dude looks at the camera when Zeke bounced off him, and you can see Zeke hit his chest and then go, like land off the thing. And I'm like, dude, you're out there teaching high schoolers? And he's like, yeah, I'm just teaching. He's like 23. So he's like teaching all these high schoolers about wrestling, and he's just looks the same as them, is the same size, and he's like, you gotta want it. You gotta want to win, and you guys don't want to win.
I wonder if I was 16 years old, if I would be able to take him seriously as a coach.
I don't know. That's my thing that I always laugh at, because he always, like, he's trying to be the mentor. He's a D1 wrestler. He has experience and shit, but just imagining him trying to explain shit, and, like, he really likes looking manly and, like, all this stuff. And I was like, it is very funny for you. Like, at the core, you're just looking at parents, and you're being like, I'm going to teach your young boy how to rape a man.
How to fight.
How to stop
how
him.
To kill.
Yeah, yes.
Real quick, before he changes positions, can you see who's watching us and where he's watching us from? Thad, obviously.
Where is he?
He is looking at us right now.
I have no idea where he's at.
This is hilarious.
Where the fuck is he? Oh, he's under the blanket.
Isn't that hilarious?
Jesus, man. Little pig in the blanket over there.
So, that's like one of the things I love about him, dude, is sometimes I'll be like, man, I'll be like cooking or something. Oh, I haven't seen him in a couple minutes. I'm like, where the fuck is he? And then he'll be doing something like that. And I'm like, in this teeny tiny little apartment, you have found a way to hide yourself. Like,
I'm in my cup cage. I want to watch you. No, but Zeke's he's just being Zeke out in Tennessee. And he always makes me laugh with some of the shit he tries to like be like, I'm over here doing this and no one likes it. Dude, he's trying to find a woman. He can't.
But dude,
he's working
that's
radiation.
All of us. Well, not you and not me, but
I got lucky. Mine hit on me. I didn't even look for a woman. She just happened to come up and talk to me, and I was like, I like you. Would you like to have sex? Would you like to do this long term?
Yeah.
Yes, please. Please.
I feel like a lot of my single guy straight friends right now are just having the hardest time. But part of it is on them. So like my buddy, I don't think he'd care if I said this, my buddy Eric, he has this personal trainer at the gym we work out at that he's just like
a little crush on.
Yeah, he has a huge crush on her. And they've made eye contact on multiple occasions and flashed each other like little smiles. And I'm like, dude, just go ask her for coffee. Yeah. You've made eye contact. You've smiled.
She's giving you the green light.
And I've heard this they surveyed 20,000 women recently, 10,000 in the U.S., 10,000 in Europe. And of those 20,000 women that they surveyed, one of the many questions they asked them was, how do you want to meet your husband? And like 86% or something said, I want him to approach me in the wild, at the gym, at the grocery store. So I'm like, she's waiting for you. She wants you to go say hi. We know this. And he's like, a girl that hot, she already has a boyfriend. And I was like, well, listen, if she does, and you go up and ask her, worst case scenario, she finds out, she says, I already have a boyfriend. It has nothing to do with you. You technically weren't even rejected. She's just saying, I'm unavailable. But the fact of the matter is, she is looking at you. She is smiling. You're single. You're a good dude. Go ask her out. Yeah.
We won't do it.
He won't. He told me, he's the guy you guys, for the audience, probably have heard me reference just twice, the 30-day no porn, no masturbating challenge I'm on. I told him, I'm giving you 30 days to say hi to this girl. If you're going to challenge me on one of my weaknesses, I'm going to challenge you on one of yours. Yeah. You have until, I made the challenge like 2 weeks ago. So I was like, you have until September 14th, and you have to ask her out.
Yeah, it's a solid deal. He won't do it. Bet money he doesn't do it. Bet money. I know why he won't do it.
Why is it so scary?
Because you're taught young that just because a woman's nice to you doesn't mean she likes you. And it's hard. And I think it's both faults on both sexes, really. Is women, typically, there's variables, but I'll just generalize for the sake of argument. Women typically want the man to approach. We already know that.
Yep.
The statistics said it. They want to feel like a woman. It's like that. A guy, especially nowadays, knows that most of the time when a woman's getting approached, it's not a great thing.
Yeah, it's really bad. God forbid a guy go up to a girl and ask her for coffee.
Yeah, because we know how most other dudes are.
Yeah.
They're like, I want your pussy right now. Like, yeah.
They're trying to give you a blowjob in front of the Austin Eagle.
Yeah, it's crazy guy shit like that. So we rationalize it in our head that she's just being nice because she sees me look at her, and she's trying to be like, hey, we're cool, just leave me alone. Shit's fine. Like, I mean, dude, I've never... And this isn't even a brag. It's honestly, if anything, incriminating to myself. I've never approached a woman.
Really?
Ever.
Never?
In any relationship I've ever had.
Wait. Technically, weren't you the guy that approached the girl that was the bartender, but then the other guy came up?
Yes, but
I'm not trying to like make you seem like a liar.
No, I wasn't trying to hit. Like, I was just talking to her. I didn't know I was in the game until afterwards. My friend was like, "Yeah, she was interested," until a black guy with like 4 Cuban links and clearly an NFL player came in.
Okay.
And I was like, "Oh shit!" But no, I've never gone up to a woman and done like the dry open, like try to get their number and shit. Never done it. Every woman I've been involved with is usually the girl starts talking to me first, because in my head, as just a normal dude is if a woman's talking to me of her own volition, it's probably the best chance to flirt because they're not like being weird about the situation. Like they don't view me as like some weird creep or some shit. Thank you.
Yep.
But yeah, I've never, ever, any of the women, even when the women were just using me for sex, which sucks, by the way, ladies. I know how it feels. It's lame. It's lame. Getting used just for your body sucks pretty bad.
Do you know how many straight dudes I've asked out? Probably a dozen.
On accident or
on
knowing?
accident?
Oh yeah.
It's just because I think they're so hot that I have anyone, straight, gay, lesbian, doesn't matter. If you see someone that's attractive, in my mind, you have a decision to make. Ask them out and they say yes, great. Ask them out and they say no, or maybe are even turned off or a little bit mean about the fact that you're gay. That sucks. Or go home and be lying in bed tonight and have no idea if you just saw one of the hottest people that could have been your partner. Yeah. But because you're scared of that rejection, you don't do it. So I've had a couple dudes who I've asked say something in return like, oh, what made you think I was gay? And I said, absolutely nothing. You were just so hot. I knew I would toss and turn all night if I didn't ask you. And it's funny because when these dudes are told by a gay dude that you are just so hot, every single one of them has lit up ear to ear from that compliment.
Straight dudes don't get compliments.
Yeah, we've talked about this before. I'm having like deja vu come back. Yeah, we've had this exact conversation. It's just, I guess I bring it up because it just blows my mind that like, it's such a simple compliment and it's not even coming from someone they're interested in. And it like makes their day. Then my day is made. I wasn't rejected. I wasn't called the F word. They left smiling. I left smiling. And I feel like my confidence just went up a level because I did something that was super scary. And I think that's the best way to go through life is doing things that scare you. If they scare you, you should do it. You should lean into that.
I think gay dudes have an easier time doing that, accepting things that scare you. Because you had to do it off rip when you came out to your family. You had to associate the fear that was coming with it and being like, I'm telling them my truth, for lack of a better term, regardless. You're going to tell them, right? So you had that staple of coming out to your mother and how scary that must have been.
Yep.
And your family and the rejection and all that. So when you go through the rest of life, you walking up to a dude and being like, do you want to date? And they're like, no, you don't care. You already did the scary thing. Straight guys don't have that. We have no, like, coming out. Like, I've never had to sat my family down at the table and be like, I love pussy. It's just already given. So if you never have something that's supposed to, like, push you for that, most dudes will never do it. It's like, that's the gay superpower.
I wonder if that's why my buddy Tyler, he just built a recording studio for bands to come in and, like, record their albums and mix them and master them and get them ready for release. And we've had times where we both need to work. And one thing I love about him is he's like, hey, come over here. We'll do your work at my place. And so I'll cold message like 30 people to come on the podcast. And he's like, how do you have the balls to do that? And I'm like, what do you mean? And he's like, well, how many of those 30 people will respond to you and say yes? I was like, 2. Yeah. And he's like, that's 28 rejections. How do you go to sleep tonight? I'm like, it's not 28 rejections. It's just 28 people who think they're not interesting enough to come on a podcast. But for him, he's had the studio built for like 6 months now. And just 10 days ago, he started reaching out to people because it took him 5 months to convince himself that I can send a DM to a stranger on Instagram and it's fine. Yeah. That's what it's for.
Yeah. But you already did a hard thing.
I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying, like, for me, it comes easy because, well, I'm also a recruiter, so I stalk people for a living. I get paid to stalk people, so that helps a lot as well. But yeah, it was just funny to me that it took him 5 months before he was like, okay, I'm gonna start messaging people on Instagram. I'm like, thank God.
Dude, I'm 3 years into comedy. I won't even ask for a show. I won't even ask people that I know have seen me be funny and know that I can prove it. I won't even ask them for time because of the fear of, like, is it lame to ask? Am I going to get rejected? Is this and that? So I just don't. And that's the thing is, like, I think most people go through life and they have to have, like, it sounds cliche to say, but I don't think you can be happy without struggle. I don't think it's possible. I think you have to struggle in order to know what happiness is. If you never struggled with the turmoil of, and it's just bringing this situation because it's the easy one to compare to. If you didn't have to struggle with like telling the truth to your family, like I don't think I like women, like I think I like men, and that doesn't change me being your son or anything, but it's just what it is. That's a struggle you had to learn to overcome internally and then address it. I think most people go through life and don't have that because everything's given to us relatively easy. Yeah, there's variables and shit. You can have a shit life and it fucking blows ass, but it's like if you don't have something where you're like you have to prove it to yourself and prove that you can handle it, then you'll never do it. It's like when people are like, "Oh, I can never do stand-up comedy. I couldn't imagine being on stage and bombing." Until you do it, and then you're like, "Oh yeah, it sucks, but it's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be." Like, no one remembers me when I bomb. Like, people just go, "Oh, that guy sucked." They move on with their fucking day. Yep. They don't care.
No.
Like, but you rationalizing into your head is such a big deal more than it is. And I think most dudes that approach women have never had the rejection because they've never put themselves out there. Like, they've never tried.
Yeah.
You just assume rejection's coming when there's no bias for rejection at all.
It just sucks because I know it, like Eric is such a good person. Like I've as workout buddies, we spend a unique amount of time together because do you have any friends that you see for about 2 hours, 5 days a week?
Yeah, it used to be Frank. I saw him all the time.
And that's pretty unique, right?
Yeah.
You don't have a lot of friends that you spend 10 hours a week with. Eric, dude, he's just such a good person. And I'm like, man, if she is single and you asked her out and she got to know you like I know you, that would be a fucking win for her. And he's like, no, dude, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm so skinny. And I'm like, okay, yes, you're new to the gym. And yes, you're a skinny dude. But that's like the least interesting thing about you.
Yeah, most of the time, women don't care at all about how big you are or how this. They just want you to look like you care. That's it. Any woman I've talked to is like, yeah, the reason we like normal gym dudes that are like pretty big is because they care. They're attempting to be clean and attractive and look their best. Like most people in the gym are going to do that. Like, you want to look good. This is what I worked on. Yeah, it's like confidence in a way.
Yeah.
I think most people, like when you were talking about like, you're such a good dude, I don't understand. Does he view himself like that?
I don't know.
If he's already telling you no, like, oh, I don't, she'll never talk to me. Yeah, it's already a self-confidence issue. Yeah, self-confidence, especially in young men nowadays, has been beaten out of them completely.
Yeah.
Whether it's social media or not, it's a very strange phenomenon. I think, honestly, it's happened to everybody just through social media. Like, you'll constantly compare yourself to something else. Well, constantly.
That's one thing. A couple things I like about him is, like, he's not on social media. He's not on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, nothing. He's at 115 days of no porn and no jerking off. I'm like, dude, that's very admirable.
I made it 90. That's the most I've ever made it. 3 months. That's it.
I've never made it that many.
I only did that because of boot camp, brother. It's hard to beat off when everybody's watching.
Yeah.
There's no stall. There's no doors on the stalls. So yeah, it's fucking impossible. It's fucking so hard. It is funny to. Porn is a thing that people get addicted to. It's kind of funny. Like, just to be like, what do you like to do? And like, beat my dick.
Well, like, dude, last night, the longest I've made it is 6 days. And, like, last night, like, you're a good friend, so I don't think this will be a TMI. And we were talking about it on the way here. Dude, my balls hurt so bad. And I resisted for, like, 3 hours. I was like, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. I really want to get to day 7. I just had to relieve myself. I was like, I don't know how Eric got to 100 days knowing he had to go through this. I was just in pain. And I was like, I want to enjoy the rest of my night.
Yeah.
So I didn't watch any porn. I just jerked one off, and I was like, at least I didn't watch some porn. So I could still say like, woohoo, 6 days without that. But man, I don't know how I'm going to get to day 30. It's a hard fucking challenge, bro.
Dude.
It's a hard challenge. And that's why I like it.
Yeah. Like, my thing is with masturbation is I don't think it's necessarily wrong. I think it's the overindulgence of it that's a problem. It's like, you can masturbate and you know it makes you feel good. And if you're doing that once a week or twice a week, that's fine, man. You're doing fine. The issue is when you start using it for shit to avoid things or to be like, I just want to feel something right now. Like, you can't feel bored. Like, yeah, that's the biggest thing to me to people is they just can't be bored. Like, people hate being bored. They can't stand it. You need constant stimulation from something. And I think that's where porn addiction comes from. Same with, like, the reason I chain smoke cigarettes when I have cigarettes is it's not like I give a shit that I'm getting a nicotine high. I'm sure that has something to do with it. But most of the time, it's just I'm bored.
Yeah.
And it gives me something to do. Same with masturbation. Like, most of the time when I jerk off, I'm very rarely horny. Like, I'm horny as much as a normal guy. But most of the time, it's just like, it's 8 o'clock. I'm not doing anything. I have nothing planned. Could beat off for 30 minutes.
Yeah. Well, and
Watch a movie after.
I
Take care of myself, you know?
And that I told Eric, I was like, I want to do the challenge because I just want to see how much I can push myself. But I was like, I don't have the boredom problem because between my full-time job, the podcast, the gym, and my dog, I have not had a second of boredom in Austin.
Yeah.
Like, I was up on Friday night working until 10:30 because that is my life. And I love it. I'm not complaining. I love that I have a job that takes care of me so that I can work on the podcast.
Yeah.
And the reason I broke last night is because I was in pain. Whereas Eric, he told me like porn was distracting him from everything. So he would be at like dinner with his family and thinking about like what he wanted to watch that night. And I'm like,
That's crazy.
I don't relate to that. Yeah. For me, it's very much, it's a means to an end. It's like, oh, I got blue balls, so I'm going to go do this thing now to relieve myself. And so the last 4 weeks has been interesting because I have not made it to 7 days yet, but I'm sort of on the boat with you where I'm like, this is just something I got to do every 5 to 7 days.
Yeah, that's what I think the point. That's what I think my personal point for like SR or semen retention, not jerking off, is the thing is define your number. I think you should treat it like drinking in a sense. It's like drinking in itself is bad.
Right.
We all know that. You do it too much, it's a fucking problem. But if you're a dude that's like truly like, you know, if you have more than 4 drinks a night, you're an alcoholic or whatever statistic they want to use. But if you're a dude, you work all day, you do a good job, you show up for your family, you do your thing. You want to come home, have 3 or 4 beers, and go to sleep. I don't think that makes you an alcoholic. I think that's just your version of, like, decompressing. I get it out. So if masturbation, you view it in the same way. It's like, yeah, you shouldn't do it 6 hours a day every fucking day. Yeah. That's a problem. Yeah. It's a big problem. Yeah. But if you just need a day to be like, I can get this fuck out of me and do normal shit, what are you doing wrong? Like, there's no self-shame in that. I think the shame should only come when you're doing it to escape something, which is what people have a problem with. And I think it can come from loneliness, come from unsatisfaction in what you're doing, like imposter syndrome, whatever. It's just a thing to make you feel. That's all masturbation is. It's like, because really, if you, like, after you come, most of the time, anybody can agree, like, you look back on it and you're like, I kind of didn't need to do it. I just, like, in the grand scheme, looking back, I could have just not did it, but I just wanted to. This is the same thing with struggle in your life. It's like, I think by creating that struggle of, like, I'm only going to jerk off once a week, is you're rewarding yourself in a sense. And at the same time, you're, like, showing discipline. Yeah. And same struggle. Like, way back to, like, I'm not necessarily, like, the biggest believer on evolution, but 99% of it makes sense to me, where it's like, if we used to be hunter-gatherers, the way we got dopamine is when me and you went and shot a fucking deer with a bow and arrow. Yeah. And we were like, sick, I'm getting pussy tonight. Or sex of some sort, because I just brought back deer for the village. Yep. Like, you have to give yourself, I got this, and now I can do this. I think the issue comes from the instant reward satisfaction we have with comfortability. Like, if you got thousands of views every single episode you put out, most of the time, not always, there's, people that will. But most of the time, for most people, if you're getting the results you want off bat, you're not going to strive to get better unless there's a goal or an incentive.
Yeah.
Like, why would David need to get better if he's getting 5,000 views every episode and you're saying whatever the fuck you want and there's no plan? You're like, this shit's going great. I don't need to do fucking goddamn thing. But if you could change that and be like, oh, I need to reward myself. I'm getting 5,000 views. Let's get 6,000. What do I have to do to get 6,000? Yeah, just apply that to jerking off. Like, okay, I'm super into this. I want dude butt right now. Like,
well, that's the other layer, and then if we're kicking this dead horse, we can move on. But Eric was telling me that the only exception is if you're having sex. So he's like, that doesn't count because that's what you're supposed to be doing anyways. So yesterday, I downloaded Grindr around noon, and I was chatting with the dude where we've never met, but we've been chatting on and off for probably like 3 to 6 months. And we got to the point where I was about to go over to his house last night, and I had his address, and I was like 30 minutes from leaving the front door. And in my head, I was like, all right, so I'm either going to go have a one-night stand, or I'm just going to jerk off real quick. I ended up choosing the jerk off because I was like, the last one-night stand, like I've said this to you multiple times, I didn't feel good afterwards.
Yes.
Whereas when I just jerked off and then cleaned it up and I moved on with working on the podcast, I didn't feel any guilt. So I'm like, this is also a weird thing because since I did this at home by myself, I have no guilt. But if I had driven to that guy's house, had sex, probably not even enjoyed it, and then came back home, I would have felt terrible.
This is my weird fucking, and it sounds sacrilegious when I say it because I tell people I'm religious and then I say this shit. But it's like, I think that's true sin. I don't think sin is something that's as easy as like, David, you're gay, so that's a sin. No, I think true sin comes from its base components, where it's like, are you using another person solely for your pleasure?
Right.
With no regard for them as a person, no regard for a connection you build, their safety, just purely self-indulgent, sinful behavior. And this sinful, just lack of a different word, not to say that it has to be religious. But sinful could be the same as like a drug addict being like, I'm getting money from my family that thinks they're helping me, but I'm using this for a self-indulgent reason. That's why I think hookup culture is fucked. It's like, I don't think we're supposed to be hookup people. Now, you can have the argument for like, is monogamy like truly natural, this isn't that? I don't know. I'm not smart enough for that. But what I can tell you is fucking a bunch of people, and then you get with somebody that finds out you fucked a bunch of people, usually doesn't like it. Like, you can be like, I like you as a person, but it does kind of suck that you slept with a bunch of people. Like, 400. That sucks a little bit. 400 dicks have been in you? That sucks. I feel inadequate. That's why it's the self-indulgent shit where it's like purely selfish. Purely at the end of the day selfish. And I think masturbation can be selfish, but it can also be a tool to be like, do I need, like, how you were I didn't need to go fuck that dude.
Yeah.
You just wanted to. It's a purely self-indulgent thing.
Because it's quote unquote allowed. It's it's my only exception to the rule.
Yeah, and why? Why make exception to the rule that you know is a fucked up rule? Where you're like, oh, David, I want to find somebody and have a connection with. Everybody says that, and then they go out and they fuck everybody. Well, how are you going to build a connection if you're just fucking? Because you can argue all you want, but sex with everybody releases a specific hormone in your head to build bonding. Like, that's what sex is, to bond you with somebody. If you're just doing that with anybody, you're going to fuck that chemical, and now you're getting the bonding chemical from the act rather than the person. Like, you should be wanting to sleep with somebody because you find them attractive, but also because you genuinely care and you want them to feel good. I want you to feel good the same way you make me feel good, and I want to hang out because you make me feel good. That's my whole point with like what? Sex is important, but it's not the end thing of this. Like, it's not. I hate talking about serious shit. You're all gay, dude.
Okay, I have a non-serious thing for you. Someone recently turned me on to a term that I have not heard because I live under a rock. Are you familiar with performative males?
No, intrigue me on this. What is this? I have a guess as to what it is, but
all right.
Is it like peacocking, like animals do in the wild?
Hang on. Hey, Basil, how are you doing tonight?
for asking. Always happy to chat with you. How's your evening going so far?
It's going good. I'm actually in the middle of a podcast with my friend Isac Kane Brown, and he has never heard the term performative male. Could you give us a quick description of what a performative male is?
Absolutely. I've got you covered. So the idea of a performative male is basically someone who's kind of acting out a certain version of masculinity because they think it's expected of them rather than just being themselves. It's like putting on a bit of a show to fit a certain image of what a real man is supposed to look like or act like. So it's all about performing certain behaviors or attitudes to match social expectations instead of just being genuine. Hopefully that gives Isaac a quick sense of what it means.
Thanks, Basil. Have a good night. So, like, the example Eric gave me was if you see a guy who sort of dresses like a hippie and is reading in a coffee shop, he's not actually interested in reading, and he's not actually interested in dressing like a hippie, but he thinks it's what a woman would find attractive. So he's only doing it to get the girl. There's a guy at the gym that I saw today, and I've seen him probably 20 times. And when he's at the gym, he always rolls his shirt up so his belly's showing.
Yeah.
And he sort of has like a flamboyant walk. But I don't think he's gay. I just get a vibe from him that like he's putting on some sort of weird
peacocking.
show because he thinks that this will get him pussy. But this was just a term that was told to me like 2 weeks ago, and I just think it's I don't even know what I think about it yet. I think it's weird. Like, it goes back to the John story about my clothes of just like, you're going to like me for me. I'm not going to go start wearing crop tops so I can get as many guys as possible or find a husband. But like, it just, I guess we've sort of been circling the subject for quite a while actually, but it's just sad like where the dating world is at right now, and that we even have this term because guys are putting on a show because yeah, it's just weird.
You're scared to be authentic. That's my point with like the big crux of like where I think a lot of shit comes from is somebody has a point where they reach and they go, I'm telling you who I am and I don't care if you accept it. And I think most people go through life without having that point. Like without having like pure scrutiny for what you're saying and being accepting. Like most people probably aren't going to like this. Most people aren't probably going to like I'm gay. Most people probably aren't going to like that I'm Catholic and I'm in fucking Los Angeles or some shit. Like, most people aren't going to like it. And I have to be okay with putting myself out there and being like, oh, you don't like me. And that's fine. That's fine. I don't think most people have that. Truly don't. I don't think they ever go through it. I think they just go through life coasting, fucking put the blue box mac and cheese in the pot and stir it, and that's my dinner type shit. Like, it's just autopilot. This is what people tell me I should be. I'm gonna be that. I was like, dude, that's dumb. That's stupid and retarded. Like, you should be weird, be dumb, be fucked up, be crazy. It goes back to my point about like just be what you are. There's no like if you're the church and you hate me.
Yeah.
So I can go to the place that doesn't.
Full circle, 3.5 hours later.
Yes. And the goddamn gays keep running. Yeah, it's dumb, dude. It's all dumb. I think that's the biggest conspiracy, is to make everybody think they're different. I think it's the biggest one they preach to everybody. Yeah. Oh, you're different. You're an individual. Well, you are, but you're also not. Like, what's the main difference between us that aren't, like, physical values? Oh, the main difference, David's gay, I'm not. Okay. Does David like sex? Yeah. Do you like sex? Yeah.
Do we both like podcasting?
Yeah.
Do we both like comedy?
Yeah.
We both like good food?
We're this, yeah, it's...
Whoa!
Oh, you mean 4 deviations I'm supposed to hate this guy? Because I'm like, he's fucking Jewish. Like, what? It doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. I think everybody's just fucking faking it all the time. Forever. Everybody's faking the person that they are. Oh, I'm this person, so I gotta act this way. I'm gonna act this way, or this. I'm with this person, so I gotta say this thing because they like this more. Like, why? Why can't we all just be fucked up? That's why it sounds fucked up. In a weird way, I think schizophrenic and homeless people are the most free people in the United States.
Tell me more.
You can say whatever you want. Whatever. Nobody takes any merit to what you're saying. Like you see a homeless person, you're walking down 6th Street, you see a homeless person yelling about how John F. Kennedy was an alien and he put his semen in my brain and now I see dead people. You completely breeze by it, right? You're like, whatever they're saying doesn't matter. I don't care. They're homeless. And you just move about your day, right? Why can't we do that with everybody? Why can't I see a gay parade go down the street and just be like, they're all fucking going to hell. And then I go into HEB. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then gay people can see me and be like, yeah, they're all fucking bigots and they're dumb and they're scared of everything because they're fucking secretly gay. And then you just go about your day. What's the hard part? Why do we get so hung up on like yeah, they didn't like this. Yeah, of course they didn't like it. It's like when people are shocked their grandparents are racist. What'd you think Meemaw was going to say at 86?
I remember the first time one of my 3 sisters went to Alabama to visit her boyfriend's grandparents, and she was like, she got back and she was like, David, I haven't been around so much racism ever in my life. Like, it was crazy. They just don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
It was
My grandpa truly believed black people ran faster because they had an extra muscle in their foot. Truly believed it. Truly. I tried to run track in high school. I brought all my track friends after practice to my grandpa's house. And all of us are white. It's like 3 of us. We go in there. These are my friends. We run track. And he's like, are you guys the fastest? And we're like, no. And immediately he's like, I know why you're not the fastest. Because black people have an extra muscle in their foot that makes them run faster. Everybody knows this. I mean, we're like, what? Dude. All the time. This is how we're going to be the same.
Yeah.
Eventually, we're going to get to an age where there's AI robots walking around. And they're going to be like, this is my boyfriend. And you're going to look at your grandkids with a fucking robot AI as a boyfriend. And you're going to go, get that fucking clanker away from me.
Dude, one of the I don't even know what adjective to say, but I used to work at a gym where they had hot tubs in the locker rooms.
That's fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah, you probably know where this story is going. All the old dudes, all the old retired dudes would just sit in this thing naked. They'd be in it all the way. They'd be sitting in chairs outside of it. They'd have one leg in, one leg up, doing the like fucking Captain Morgan. And they'd all just have their balls out. And all these guys are straight as fuck. And they're just talking about news, politics. And every time I had to go in the bathroom to either use the bathroom or like clean it or just make sure no one was dead in the sauna or something, I'd see all these old timers sitting around and just be like, man, I hope that's not like me and my boys one day. Like,
No, it's going to be.
we can have our swimsuits on. What's wrong with that? Let's just have our swimsuits on.
No, because you care about your flaccid penis now. You don't want to, if you have a dude come over, you don't want him to see flaccid hog.
No, I guess
You want
not.
a hard hog off rip.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to see flaccid penis. Only I should see my flaccid penis.
Yes.
That's it. When you get that old and like your dick just shrivels and there's not even hard dick, it's just dead penis. That's true freedom.
You're just telling dudes their nipples are hot.
Yeah, that's true freedom.
And inviting them over for football.
Who's more free than him? Imagine being so free you can have your cock out and be like, you're a hot man. And you're flat, you're not even hard. Your dick's like shriveled like a finger that's been sitting in water for too long. Like it's all wrinkly and shit. That's true freedom. When the sex stops is when you truly hit freedom.
That's what this episode is going to do for America.
Yeah.
Be free, y'all.
Be free.
Be free.
Be free. Suck a dick.
Tell the dude his nipples are hot.
Yeah.
Ask the black guy if he has an extra muscle on his foot.
Yeah.
Christians, get the gays out of your church.
Well, it's like innocent racism. Like, I know you're not racist. But I know in your heart, and you can see in your head, you're like, black people do absolutely dance better than white people. That's in itself racist, but there's no racist thought behind it.
No.
They have more fun.
Yeah.
You ever seen a carnival cruise? It's a blast. Now imagine all white people. It's pretty lame.
Did you watch Poop Cruise?
Yeah, that's crazy, by the way.
That was a very entertaining 55 minutes.
So funny.
I would have been the dude right in the bar. When they opened
Yeah.
the bar, I would have been the dude having sex in front of everyone. Remember
Yeah.
when they were like, there were just couples fucking on the chairs?
Yeah, why not?
That would have been me.
Yeah.
I hope.
What's up, guys?
Uh.
I'm tearing this shit up.
Yeah.
Humans love to act like we're not. Like, oh no, we're not perverts. We're not this. This is all the facade we're putting in. Why do we do that? Why does everybody act like we don't go home and be freaks? Everybody, you're at work, you're you're David, you do interviews and you fucking get people into the business. Everybody loves David. Nobody knows David's coming home and just fucking crushing Fleshlight. But everybody knows. Everybody's got weird shit like that. Why is that such a taboo?
You know what's funny is in this unit right here, a lady just moved in about 3 months ago, and if I had to guess, she's she's probably around your age. She's probably in her late second half of her 20s. And the only thing I know about her, I know two things. One time I ran into her on a Friday night. We were both coming home at the same time. And I said, hey, what are you doing with your weekend? And she's like, oh, my church is doing a praise party on Sunday. And I'm like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
So I know she's a
I'm
church-going
not invited.
Christian. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, I'll be here.
Yeah.
The other thing I know about her is that in the 3 months she's lived there, I have never seen the blinds open. She keeps these windows, that window, the blinds in her bedroom. No one has ever seen into that apartment.
Because that's the real her.
She moved in, and I'm like, wonder what she does up there. She walking around naked? Does she kidnap some guy and she's like, fucking into, this is like her little red room, like her little 50 Shades of Grey red room. Like, what's this Christian girl doing behind closed
Freak
doors?
shit.
Yeah,
She's doing freak shit.
There's no, what person in 90 days has never opened their windows?
A freak that's hiding, that's being a person they're not when they're out in the world. Every single person does it.
You want to go knock on her door together right now and see
What are you doing in here? Are you coming?
And the other thing too is these two neighbors, every time they walk by and they see us in here, they always wave and they talk to me about the podcast. When she comes up that staircase and she sees these windows open, she turns her back to us. Yeah. She has never looked in the windows. And I'm like, what's that about?
Shamefulness of who you are.
Why is she not looking in my windows?
Yes.
The lights are on. You can see through them super clear right now. And she turns her back.
Yeah.
And closes and locks that door.
Because it's like that Japanese saying. It's one of my favorites. It's like you have three masks. You have the mask that you show the world. Mm-hmm. You have the mask that you show your friends and family. Mm-hmm. And you have the mask that only you see. Mm. And you have three of them and you change throughout the day. But you have to go through every three.
Right.
At some point, you got to pay the piper for every three every single day. David can go out. He can be the podcast guy that brings happiness and collects people's stories. But at the end of the day, you got to come back and you're going to be like, I'm going to fuck my hand in the shower. Every single person does it. No one wants to be the real mask. That's why I don't try to hide with any of this shit. It's like, yeah. People be like, yeah, the first time on Kill Tony, you were a dick and fucking crazy. I was like, yeah, I was. It happens. I had a bad day.
My favorite two comments that anyone has ever left on this podcast are still both related to you. And one of them is, isn't that the idiot that told Kill Tony to fuck himself?
It is. It is. Congrats, it's me. And guess what? Everybody remembers that bitch, too.
You know who Josh Hutcherson is? Mm-hmm. Did I ever tell you his grandpa's bondage bed story?
What?
So Josh and his grandpa were really close growing up. His second father, his best friend. And grandpa's on his deathbed. And he's in the hospital. They're literally going to say goodbye. And the grandpa's like, all right, I need everyone to leave but Josh. Everyone walks out of the room. And he's like, Josh, come here. So Josh, he goes up to his grandpa's bed. He's thinking he's about to say something really sentimental. And his grandpa's like, Josh, do you want my bondage bed?
You seem like a freak.
And Josh is like, Grandpa, no, I don't want your bondage bed. And he's like, no, Josh, I never used it. You should take my bondage bed.
No, for real.
And Josh was like, no, Grandpa, I'm not taking your bondage bed. And then the grandpa goes, Josh, when I die, your mom can't find the bondage bed. I need you to take the bondage bed, Josh. So he went and found it and got rid of it or did whatever he did with it. I just thought, I don't listen to a lot of celebrity interviews because I think a lot of them are pretty boring, but I love the Hunger Games. And when I saw Josh did a podcast, I was like, I have to tune in. And that story, I was just like, that's fucking great. I love that.
I know exactly how Josh feels. Exactly. Dude, when my grandmother died, and long story short, just to give you background, grandmother died, my dad and his crackhead girlfriend turned it into a trap house. So in the stages of trying to kick them out of this house, which squatter rights are a thing in Illinois, so it's a real bitch. Doesn't matter. We get to a stage where, like, they're finally going to leave. They're finally like, all right, we're not going to be in the house anymore. You got all the whatever. We're going to leave. So we have to clean out the house for the cops to come inspect and be like, okay, cool, house is clear, it's good, da-da-da, no more squatters. As we're cleaning out the house, I'm not in there. I'm back in Texas. My grandma's dead now. So I'm getting phone calls of, like, all the shit because I'm the main point of contact. Okay, I was like, hey, Mom, go over to the house, just walk through, make sure shit's good, we can be good, and bring the realtor in, all this and that. My mom goes in. She doesn't find anything in the house. They ripped the copper out the walls. They took the microwave. They sold everything except for a giant green canvas bag that has a lock on it that's not locked. So my mom's like, hey, I found this green canvas bag. I don't know what's in it. I was like, well, just dump it, and whatever's in there is probably like clothes and shit from my dad living there. Just throw it out. She dumped it. The only things in the bag that were my father's, because it said his name across it, was a cock ring and a cock pump. That's it. That means out of everything in the entirety of my grandmother's house that he sold, ripped out of the walls, did crack cocaine in, the only two things he was like, I'm not getting rid of are his cock pump and his cock ring. And I remember calling him to tell him he left shit at the house. And I didn't even have to explain what it was. I called him and I was like, hey, we're already on, like, the shakiness of our relationship where I'm not into it anymore. I'm like, I don't want shit to do with you, but I'm calling you. I was like, hey, I found your shit at the house. Without missing a beat, he goes, oh, you found it. I was like, yeah, I found it. And he's like, well, I was going to give it to you when the time was right. I was like, you were going to give it to me when the time, you were going to give me a cock ring?
Yep.
Like, yeah, I've had it for years and all this and that. I was like, dude, everybody's parents a freak. That's what it's like.
One of my not proudest moments was a couple months ago. I accidentally left a pair of nipple clamps behind the bathroom door.
Do the nipples do that? I squeeze them. I don't get a lot of...
People are different.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll give it. Yeah.
But I left them back there, and I didn't know they were back there. And I had 3 different sets of podcast guests over that all used the bathroom and all closed that door.
Didn't say a thing?
And didn't say a thing. And I was telling one of my buddies about this, and he's like, here's the thing, David. He's like, if they went to use the bathroom and you got, like, a dude tied to your bed, that's bad, right? They're out of there. You know, they're calling the cops. He was like, nipple clamps just sort of says like you're sort of a freak.
Yeah.
You know, like you're not dangerous. You're not bad. You just like your nipples to get played with.
Like, oh, shit. Just to not say I couldn't do it. If I walked into the bathroom and I came out and there was nipple clamps in there, I would have came out, sat down with you and been like, what the fuck was that?
What if it was our first episode when we...
Oh, yeah, immediately.
You would have still said something?
Yeah. Because if I'm sitting down after seeing that, I'm not leaving. You know I'm cool with it. I just want to know why the fuck they're in the bath. Like, did you come out before the podcast and go disengaged? Ah, shit. These are sore today. Dude. Like, yo, David, did you fucking dude here? It's just dumb. I would have stayed. I would have been like, yo, what is that in the bathroom? Oh, you do this? That's crazy. Is you like they hooked up on strings or something? I've done weird shit before too, dude. I've had my ass eaten and bit in the sheets while it was happening. Like, yeah. I've done the whole like arch back, look back, be like,
I
Every time.
can't believe that. I wish I could remember what 3 guests it was. I would have to almost text my buddy Keaton and be like, "Do you remember when we had this conversation?"
What I would
But-
do if I was you is every time you interview a comic is leave the nipple clamps.
Oh, what do you think Annie would have said? Would
Annie
she would she have addressed it?
I'm gonna leave.
What would Zeke have said?
See what like, yo, do you use those to hang clothes?
Dude, I think you know who else would have addressed it? Clementine.
Oh yeah.
If Clementine was one of those 3, knowing just how our episode went, he would have been like, "Dude, why the fuck are there nipple clamps behind your bathroom door?"
Yeah, I'm borderline autistic when it comes to shit. I can't not ask.
Yeah.
Like, I remember I went to my buddy's house one time. It was him and his girl. We've known each other forever. It was when I was in. And I'm hammered. I'm walking through the house. They're passed out on the couch. I remember walking in their bedroom because I'm trying. The only bathroom, you go through their bedroom. Bathroom's in their bedroom. So you got to walk through. So I'm like, hey, I'm using the bedroom. They're like, oh, yeah, it's fine. Just go. I get in there. I walk through. And I see straps connected to, like, the 4 handles to tie somebody down and a whip.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing it. And I remember turning, taking a piss. I walk right down. They're sitting on the couch. And I was like, are you guys tying up and fucking each other? And the dude starts laughing immediately. And you can see the woman go. You guys didn't even try to hide it. You knew I was coming. And it was just all out. You did this before I got here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, dude, it's just. Why are people so scared to be like, yeah, I do that? What's
That's like on the I guess the sort of equivalent, but a little different, is like the closeted dudes on Grindr who think that we're gonna meet without sending me a face picture, and I'm like, listen, man, I don't know if you think I'm gonna like print your picture, put it on a billboard, and announce to all of Austin, Texas that you're gay, but like, just show me your face.
Yeah.
I gotta know what you look like if we're gonna meet up, and it's just so weird to me. I'm like, it's Grindr. We're all gay here. When was the last time you heard that some dude was outed by a dude he was talking to on Grindr? Like, it's never happened, and it's never gonna happen. We all have each other's backs. I don't care that you're not out yet. I just want to fuck, but I want to know what your face looks like before we meet.
yeah, be cool.
It's not a big ask.
Well, what am I gonna do? Like, the moment you send your your face pic, I'm gonna post in my Instagram story. Like, got this.
Guess what, everyone? DSNSB audience. Anyone know this guy? He's gay.
Yeah, I got him. It's like, that outs me as gay too. I don't give a fuck, but it's like, no, none of it matters, dude. None of it. Not a damn thing matters.
What a mess we've made of being human.
Yeah, we all get it fucked up. I think that's the point too. I don't think we're supposed to understand it. Everybody's like, it all comes back to the point, like, what's better, to know or not know? Like,
Do you want to know what that happened that night in Palm Springs?
no, probably not. Honestly.
You're content with
Yeah.
what knowledge you have.
Because what would it change?
You would know.
Yeah, I know.
It could change everything.
That's true. But at the same time, do I want it to change everything? Like, if you could truly know right now, like, you can go to bed tonight and, like, you're like, God comes to you and he tells you everything. David, this is your plan. This is what I want you to do. This is the life, whether it's the Christian God, whatever the hell it is. And you get the entire answers for it. And it changed your whole life. Do you truly think you'd be happier? Knowing, like, well, let's say you learn everything you knew was, we're all wrong. We're all so horribly wrong, and you find out the real answer to everything. Would it change anything? And people would be like, yeah, I'd do this different and this. And I was like, truly, I don't think it would. I think it'd be the same way as, like, finding out, like, if I found out my brother was gay. And I was like, okay, he's gay. Does it change any of the experiences we had knowing he's gay? That it's my brother or my dad. Still the dad that raised me. It's still the brother that was my brother. We still fucking sent each other down the stairs and played football and did all this. What would I gain? Because I know the answer to everything. Like, oh, he's gay, and this is why this is. It wouldn't change any. That's why I think it's kind of nice to not know. Because if you truly knew the answer to what happens when we die, and if you had no power over it, and it is a benevolent God that everything's single planned, you know everything you're going to do is planned ahead of time. What, would you live for yourself? Or would you just divulge into, like, nothing matters?
That's a good question, because I was just thinking, like, I think I would go into one of two extremes. I would either, like, quit my day job and put every resource I have into the podcast, or I would just turn into, like, a fucking drunk alcoholic who just, like, the most productive thing I do is I take Thad out twice a day because he's my boy and I want him to be able to use the bathroom. But outside of that, I'm door dashing all my meals. I'm watching TV. I'm just waiting to die.
What's the point?
Because you do know.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, if that's what's going to happen,
if I can truly
why
change
am I
nothing,
spend the next 50 years working?
Yeah, if I can truly change nothing, what's the point? What's the point to even try? If you can truly change nothing. That's why, like, my argument with, like, fucking people that are like, I'm completely atheist. Because the only people I have issues with are, like, complete atheists. Like, there is nothing, you just die. I was like, well, that's kind of ignorant. Like, you have no idea. The same way I have no idea that God is real. I just choose to have faith in this thing. And I try to strive to be a better person. But if we all truly knew the outcome was just we die and nothing happens, there's no repercussions for anything. That's why I think truly not knowing is the most free you can be. Because the answer is whatever you make it. Okay, if there is no God, then David's living his life to be what? You're like, well, if there's no God, I just want to be a good person because people are good to me.
Yeah.
That's what I want to do. Okay. Well, you don't know the answer, so that's just your answer that you made that makes you happy. But if you knew the answer, you can't even lie to yourself about the thing. The existential crisis and the loop we put ourselves in to be like, well, I need an answer, and this, and that. It's like, I don't think human curiosity is a good thing. I truly don't. Every problem we have can be traced back to us being curious about something. Every single problem. Racism, for an example. Okay, well, I'm white, they're black. I'm curious as to why they're black and I'm white. Well, I must be better. I must be better than them because I'm closer to the color white, which is pure. And then on the other side, they can be like, well, white people are the devil. And if they don't have melanin in their skin, they're fucking demons from outer space. Because why would you not have melanin on a planet that strives off the sun? Where the whole thing's built on melanin consumption and hormones and shit. It's just...
Can I tell you one of the most racist, crazy stories from that private Christian school we were talking about earlier?
Yeah.
We had one black guy. His name was Josh. Josh is cool. I like Josh. I miss Josh. And I think this was my 8th grade year, which meant I would have been the year 2000, which makes the story sort of crazy. Yeah. But when you were in school, you remember those projectors where you had to put the transparent slides on them?
Yeah, and the teacher would write on it. And
yes.
Yes, absolutely.
So that's in the middle of the classroom, and Josh is sitting right next to it. And the air conditioning kicks on, and it blows the paper so it's crooked. And our English teacher, Mrs. Bush, I'm going to say her name. I'm going to put her on blast.
Outer. Fuck you, bitch. You're dead.
She might still be alive, which is why I'm outing her. But so Josh, the air conditioning kicks on, turns the thing. He goes to get the piece of paper and make it straight to do her a solid. And she goes, Josh, get your cotton picking hands off my projector.
Yeah.
And I was just like, what the fuck
just happened?
Like, just cotton picking in a school. And she's going to get fired for this, right?
Yeah.
No? She's still here tomorrow? Oh, all right. That's cool. Hey, Mom and Dad, can I go to Folsom Public High yet? Is that okay? Is that okay? I got a racist English teacher named Mrs. Bush. She's telling kids to get their cotton bacon hands off her projector, and I'm scared.
Dude, that's like when people tell me, like, especially with school, is my point with this, is like when people tell you racist things aren't funny, they're like, racism is never funny. And I'm like, no, it is.
Yeah.
It's absolutely hilarious.
Yeah.
Every time. And I can prove that just based on school for most people that are within, I'd say, above 25 to 36. Everybody can relate to this.
Yeah.
Is that all of you got read a book that said the word. And every single time before the teacher would read it to you, be like, we're going to read Tom Sawyer today or whatever it is, or Huckleberry Finn. And we're going to read this book chapter by chapter for your chapters today in middle school. And then you guys are going to write about it. Every time the teacher would come up to, like, specifically the issue I remember, and they'd say the no-no word.
Yeah.
And every single time, the whole class would get together. It'd be all the white people, all the black people, all the Mexican kids, the Asian kids would be sitting on the edge of their classes or their seats when the teacher came across the no-no word. And every single time it would make everybody laugh. And the teacher would be like, settle down. It's not the word. We're like, yeah, dude, racism is funny because it doesn't make sense. And that's okay.
You know exactly what moment I'm talking about, don't you?
Yeah. Dude, it's... Oh. The word's so funny. Just but yeah, that was EJ, my buddy.
Yeah.
Name drop. I'm officiating his gay wedding.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Which is funny because the whole proposal he did. So we went to a restaurant. The whole story, I bring my girlfriend. He's like, hey, guys, we want to go to this restaurant. Come to this restaurant with us. We go to this specific San Diego restaurant that's predominantly black. And then just like, you know, black food, hookahs, the whole 9 yards. I'm like, this is crazy. It's so black. I've never seen this black. And we're at the restaurant, and I remember him looking at me and being like, we're going to go outside. Let's go outside. And I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. I don't know what this is about. He hands me his camera. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, just record. I'm like, okay. So I record his proposal to his boyfriend. Like, at the time, he's like, we're getting married. We're doing their wedding. I'm going to go officiate the wedding. We did this in the parking lot of an American bank, like USA Bank, right next to the restaurant, next to a USA Bank fountain. And he's like, I'm going to propose to him here. And I remember recording it and being like, to the point, like, racism isn't funny, but it is. Like, I walked up, I recorded the whole thing of, like, him proposing to his boyfriend being like, oh my God, yes, like, thank you. That beautiful moment of, like, when two people are like, I want to spend the rest of my life with you. And I handed him the phone, and I was like, it is crazy to have what looks like a Jew record you guys in a bank of a parking lot between a white man and a black gay dude. And I'm recording it. You can see me in the video. I've ruined it because I'm supposed to record. It's clearly something that's going to play in the montage at the wedding of like him being like this. You can see me go. Like, you fags are getting married in a fucking bank parking lot. It's like, dude, it's all funny as shit to me. Just he's a big ass black, jacked as hell. Used to be Jewish by marriage, which was even funnier to me because his husband before was Jewish, so he got married Jewish. So he's a black gay Jew.
My God.
Getting married to another white gay while a Jew records. And I'm like, guys, this isn't. If we're trying to argue this to the Trump voters, we're not winning.
Yeah.
This isn't looking good for us at all. And for me to be like clearly Lutheran and to be like, I'm going to get ordained so I can marry these two. in the presence of their family, their white family. Just be like, I now pronounce you burning in hell. Dude, it's so funny. It's just to have somebody that's literally told you like, no, I don't believe in it, and then they're like, I want you to ordain us. I was like, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah. I just had another set of friends ask me to marry them, and I'm like, this is insane.
Yeah.
How many of my friends have asked me? Well, it goes back to like my mom asking me to pray for Christmas dinner. I'm just like,
Yeah.
why are you asking me?
That's what I'm saying. To just fully lean into like the counterpunch of it, of like when I'm marrying them, and be like, I now pronounce you husband and husband.
Dude, I wonder, my sister, the one who is like, what the fuck, mom? I wonder what she's going to be like on my wedding day.
Yeah.
I almost want to have my wedding day just to piss her off.
Yeah, that's
Just
what
like-
I'm saying. How
just to
funny would
see
it be
her
to be like,
when
I
she's-
want you to ordain us.
Well, no, but
She's a woman, obviously not.
I just could see her like sitting in the very back, like in protest, arms crossed, and just like, I can't believe we're doing this right now. We're marrying two gay men.
Yeah, dude, it's so fun. That's why the funniest part about weddings to me is to just lean towards whatever. Where like if I'm at your wedding, you're marrying a dude, you love him to death. I'm gonna be like, yes.
He's gonna be like, "Who's that?" I'm like, you know who that is? He's been on the
Yeah, he's
podcast
fucking
9
chill.
times.
He's raiding the fucking
That's my
salad
Mark
bar.
Norman.
Just-
you know exactly who that is.
You at least have great wedding cake. It's just unloaded. It's so funny just to watch families try to be in a happy moment where they're all pretending, be like, no, we support this, and just watching one of the side of the families be like,
I don't.
just the vein coming out in their head.
Dude, you know what I want to do for my wedding? We're gonna have it on a beach, and there's gonna be a pig on a spit.
Yeah.
So while I'm getting married, there's gonna be just a pig just rotating over there. We're all gonna have a lot of pork that night.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
I'm going to go to your wedding, and I'm going to try to convince people I'm gay as hell. I'm coming
What
with
if a bunch of dudes start hitting on you? What are you gonna do?
It's nothing to me. I'll walk that off. I'm a bad bitch, dude. Try out.
The fact of the matter is, most people there will probably be straight, and then there'll be you, the fake gay,
Yeah,
and then
I'll
me
be
and my husband.
yeah, the only flamboyant one. I got the. I'm the flower boy, and I'm like, here.
Here.
That dress, okay.
And everyone's gonna be confused because they're like, David's not friends with these types of gays normally.
Yes. Yes. Just you being like, I swear to God, he's straight. And people are like, he's clearly not. He's clearly not.
At best, he's a performative male.
I'm on rollerblades while you're like, do you take this man as your man? He's like, yes, we do.
You do that surprisingly well. Have you been practicing? Is this a
Yes.
bit?
Yeah, I'm deep on gay knowledge. I'm deep.
You are.
I'm deep. I've been to gay bars. I've seen how it works, dude. Easiest way to pick up women's in a gay bar. I've seen it.
Get out. That's our place.
Yeah.
Sick of you straight dudes ruin it.
No, you guys make
No,
an
get
awesome
out.
place.
Nope.
No, it's
Nope.
too much fun.
Nope.
Every
Here's
gay
our
bar
first
is too much.
disagreement. I'm gonna beat you up.
I know, and this is what you guys are trying to stop. Is like, you know, your clubs are so fucking fun.
Mm-hmm.
I've been to them with
Yep.
the gay couple. Been to gay clubs. The most fun I've ever had in my entire life. Just people being like, the most accepting, like, hey, are you gay? And I'm like, no, I'm not. And they're like, you know what? You're here. You're an ally. Let's get you some shots. I'm like,
I didn't know we came across each other in a gay bar.
oh, if you're trying to fuck me, you're winning. Load them up. The most fun I've ever had. Ever.
They're a good time.
Gay, it's
Not
so
the
much
Austin
fun.
Eagle. Don't go there.
Yeah.
Definitely not a sponsor.
Yeah, dude, it's the most fun to me because I've walked in the gay bars in San Diego, and it's been a bunch of dudes. I'm not trying to like generalize you, but are like you. They're just normal dudes, like dudes, hanging out at the bar and they're like, "Hey, man, welcome." Like, yeah, accepting the most fun. You want a drink? I'd love to give you a drink. I don't give a fuck. You're straight. You're having a good time. We love you. And then the moment a flamboyant gay walks on stage, you're like, you're going to love this. And we turn it. It's just the most gay person I've ever seen in my life with like feathers and a bra. And they're like, yes, 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 yes. And all the gay dudes are like, yeah, 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 yeah. And I'm like, you guys are just straight guys. Fuck dudes. You're the same. Like, twerk, twerk, twerk.
Well, it's like I told you when we left San Antonio. I know you've heard this story, but for the audience, one of my favorite gay dudes back in California was a guy who would come over about once a month, and he would bring a bottle of Kraken rum and Diet Pepper, and he would mix me a cocktail, and then I would lay down in bed, and I would turn on an episode of Sons of Anarchy, and he would eat my ass out for an hour while I got drunk and watched Sons of Anarchy, and then he left, and I didn't have to do anything for him. It made his night, it made my night, and when I told you the story, what did you say?
This gay dream.
No, you were like, you're straight. That is the straightest story you've ever told me.
Dude, watching Sons of Anarchy and just imagining you watching the scene where Jack drives into the fucking semi while you're getting your ass eaten. You're like, no, Jack. Oh, fuck. Because I've had my ass eaten. I've been there where I've been like, no, Frodo, don't go to the tower.
I want to find that guy in Austin so bad, and I haven't found him yet.
I truly hope your podcast gets big enough that you interview somebody from Sons of Anarchy. So you can sit there and you can tell them straight in their eyes that their craft that they worked on for years.
8 seasons
was just you being like, ah, fuck. Original Redwood.
Oh my god.
Because there's not one episode of that entire show that's acceptable to get your ass eaten to. It's always like sadness and death.
Dude, you remember the scene where Clay is in jail and the preacher's talking and he's like, I believe in one God and it's pussy. And I'm like, dude, you know what I was doing during that scene?
You're in a 3-point stance getting your ass eaten. Just
You say there's no scene during that show that was appropriate. I say the whole fucking show was appropriate.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Just a dude driving a motorcycle into the sunset and you're like, I'm gonna nut.
I enjoyed it. It's what I wanted on. Oh god, dude. Yeah, I remember the apartment, the show. That was a great time. He came over like 12 different times. That was an ongoing thing we had.
Oh my god, dude. Just
Isac Kane Brown, we have gone for 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. I know my juice is running out here. This was so much fun, brother. Thank you so much.
K Snow, you're still a bitch. I remember you from the fucking comments.
Yeah, you're still a bitch.
Just you. Everybody else is fine.
Yeah, you're the only hater so far, whoever you are.
No, man, just thank you for having me on. Your podcast is fucking great. I hope it does great things. It's going to. I know it is. I can't wait to ruin your live podcast. With a Hitler salute.
No, you're not. We're not letting you in. We're not. I know I invited you. You were like the first person I told. I was like, I want Isac to be there so bad. And then I sent that text. I was like, do I?
Yeah.
Do I want him there?
Me like, what power?
Come in your clan outfit. I'm just like, oh no. Oh, I know exactly who that is.
Just holding Mein Fear. Like
APL, Austin Public Library. Just like, what is this again? Who rented the
Just me like, he held me down and fucked me.
All right. To the audience, you guys know what to do. Please follow the podcast. If you're on Spotify or Apple Podcasts, subscribe. If you're on YouTube, thanks for hanging out with us over the last 4 hours. I hope you had some fun, and we will see you next Saturday. Stay healthy and happy, y'all.